Okay. Finally got my stream set up. The puzzle is so big. This is my existing table. So this in the corner is my the stick for my vacuum. That's where it sits in the corner. But I was trying to get the best angle. I don't know why. Like, I really am the type of person, like, you play with your camera for so much, and then you're like, you know what? No. Like, I need to stop playing with it and need to start, because this puzzle is gigantic, and we can't spend 16 years playing with the puzzle trying to get the right angle, because the problem is it's either going to be in my way, or I can't have it over top because the glare from the light is really bad. So I have to have it off to the side, whatever. Just, we're doing a 2,000-piece puzzle. It's gigantic. I was like, this could only take so many hours. I'm like, you do realize that you will have to go to bed at some point. You got to do work tomorrow and whatnot. This is a horrible idea. Like, this is not the first time I've done this puzzle, obviously. I did not put that on the thing. It's not my first attempt. But I needed something to distract me, and just realized I forgot to switch chairs. I'm in the squeaky chair that makes all the noise. I'm going to open the window to get some fresh air in this place. Although, I may close my window soon because they have a decorative pond outside my window. And sometimes the fountain in the pond will stop working. And when the fountain stops working, scum grows on top of the pond. And the scum always comes to my side of the pond, and then it blows in my window. It's a terrible smell. I can't even. It's that moldy, mildewy smell. Like, it's not what you want. It's not what you want. So, for now, I don't know how many times I've done this. Oh, look, there's a whole picture. See, I don't know. Who looks at the map? Do you really actually look at the map? Do you not just look? How much bigger is that than the box? Like, does it matter? Is it really going to make a huge... Let's not bitch about the picture. Let's not bitch about the picture. Stop looking at the other puzzles. It's not productive. Not productive. Coming in here, if you haven't already, please like, comment, subscribe. I only stream like twice a week, maybe. So if you want to show me mercy and like, comment, and subscribe, and then just not turn on notifications, so I will never bother you. Like, I'll come up on your feed when you're scrolling through trying to find a video. Do what everyone else does. Just keep on scrolling. Just ignore it. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. But no harm done to anyone. Let's see how many this goes out to. As always, I always go back and forth. Like, sometimes I'll use Restream. Last time I used Restream on a LEGO stream last weekend, it ended up being, when I watched it back later, like, the video quality isn't that great. I wonder why. It's not like the camera had changed. It's just a matter of going through the platform. But, oh, look, fresh air. How exciting. Now I must ask myself, did you prop open the window? Because of the way my apartment is, if I don't prop the window open in my bedroom, there's a wind tunnel effect. It'll slam my door shut. There's never anything more scary than you're chilling, doing work, whatever, in the living room, and all of a sudden your bedroom door slams as hard as it can, like you're a teenager that just slammed the door. It's something else. It's something else. I'm not really keen. I'm trying to decide while I talk how I want to separate these things. Obviously, I've done this numerous times. Right now, my separation is the red fire. I'm pointing at the picture, you can't see it. The red shooting, the green shooting, the letters in those, because this one's the easiest. Obviously, it's clearly distinctive, clearly different than all the other 2,000 pieces. And then, as always, the debate: should you go to black to dark to light, or light to dark? Usually, I go dark to light, because the outside pieces, there's so much shooting and whatnot. You can do those fairly simple. That's not it. Fairly easily. I'm trying to think of the right word. The main reason I did this stream today is because, obviously, if you've seen the news, it's a hot mess. It's not uplifting. It's not nice. I'm not keen. I don't want to doom scroll and keep, seeing all that crap and dealing with that. I don't want to deal with it. If you can't change anything, if it's just going to inflame you, like, what is the point of looking at it at all? This surface I'm using is one of those puzzle board thingies that are apparently on TikTok. I say apparently, I don't have TikTok because I waste enough time on YouTube. I don't have time for anything else. Like, that is a whole nother level. Look, I've already digested enough with this. I know better than to go on that one too. For those of you that are on it, good for you. Good for you. Whatever works for you, you're a grown-ass adult, I assume, an autonomous human being. You know, be mindful of what it does to you. But besides that, you do you, kid. You do you. I don't. I've already started mixing. I'm mixing the red with the green. Oh, for Pete's sakes. I am all over the place. But yeah, I was like, yeah, you need to stop doom scrolling and go do something else. This will distract me because I'm live streaming. Usually, if I were doing a video, if I were doing this puzzle, like yesterday, instead of doing a Lego stream, oh, that's got something on it, I actually did my favorite kind of puzzle, which I'm forbidden to do, but I still did it. I did Pick-a-Pick puzzle, which is a grid puzzle. It is my favorite. I enjoy it immensely, but I didn't stream it because it's just not. Because watching me do a 2,000-piece puzzle was like, oh my gosh, really? At least this one, you can see my progress, how I'm doing. I realize I'm now separating this thing like a hot mess. You can kind of see, the puzzle pieces disappear and things like that, versus with a Pick-a-Pick's puzzle is literally a grid. The one I did yesterday was 160 by, no, it's 65. No, yeah, it's 65 by, no, it's so sad for us. 80 by 120. I don't know. No, it can't be because I had 41 on the side and I had 19 left over. So it's 60 by 100. Let's say it's that 60 by 100. As we do math, you're like, you remember how many was on the side? I had. So the grid puzzle, I've explained it the other day on one of my streams. I don't remember which one, but a grid puzzle, it'll give you that 60 by 100 dimensions. It literally is just a grid. So you have columns and rows, and next to each, on the left side or the top side of each column and row, depending on whichever one it is. Darn it! I'm putting the green with the red and the red with the green. I should have put those together. Having them on two different sides was a terrible idea. And yet, watch as I leave them there and continue on like a loon. Like, really? Come on, man. And why am I putting the outside pieces with the green and the red? This is even worse. Even worse. This is a terrible idea. I should be. Man. Remind me. I say to no one. Remind me when I get to it. I need to split. Some of the sky has stars and some of it doesn't. Some of the black pieces have stars in them and some of them don't. You need to separate those out because it'll make it go faster when you get to that section. I say to myself, sometimes if you tell yourself that, even though there's nobody else there, then when you get to it, you'll have remembered. We'll find out. I'll either be bitching about forgetting or I will have done it. So we will soon know. And I say soon know, it's going to be a little bit. I need to not put that in with the blue because there's a dark blue section after the black section. That's why you need to separate the stars out from the other one because there's obviously when you go from one section, there'll be a little bit left over. I am all over the place. So I was talking about the Pick-a-Picks. So I call it's a hanji, which I looked it up the other day. I was like, you are saying it correctly. I took 2 years of Japanese in college. I was like, hopefully you can at least pronounce a word when you read it. I mean, that's all we can hope for. But yeah, I looked it up the other day. I did actually pronounce it correctly. I was quite proud of myself. The grid puzzle. So you have the columns and the rows. So you put, let's say, for the one I remembered, that's how I figured out what the side was. It had 41 on the number, which means that there's 41 blocks together of the 60 block column, 41 in a row that are shaded in. So you'd count down 41, which means there's 19 blocks that don't have shaded in, which means that 21 of them are guaranteed to be shaded in. I feel like I'm doing that math right. Like, man, doing math while talking, this is a bad idea. I am not a math teacher. I mean, was I good at math? Yes. Am I good at teaching people things? It depends on what it is. No, no, not really. It depends on what it is. No. Also, no. Here, I'm gonna, like, just for my own sake, I need to split that. If I have any outside pieces out of there. No. Okay. I got my mouse on here of all things. But I did those yesterday. The reason I'm not allowed to do them is because they're really bad on the eyes. So because you're looking at that gigantic grid puzzle, obviously, I have gosh, what is the dimensions? As I think off the top of my head, what is the dimensions of my Chromebook that I use? I think it's a 17-inch Chromebook. I got the bigger screen. Never more excited. I'm like, oh, we can get a bigger screen? Excited. I have the 17-inch Chromebook. So still, when you make it as big as you can, you're straining your eyes a lot to look at that. I put a lot of effort in not destroying my eyes by straining them looking at things, and that's clearly you're not clearly accomplishing that when you're staring at that grid puzzle for long periods of time. But I had that doing that yesterday, and I was listening to stuff in the background. I should have used my other computer and just put on a TV show instead. But I was doing the scrolling. It's not good for you, kids. Not good for you. But, choices were made. They weren't wise choices, but they were choices nonetheless. What is this? Oh, it's outside pieces. Here I am talking and I'm doing all the things. But, trying to avoid the riots and all that fun stuff that's on the internet right now. I'm obviously being sarcastic when I say fun stuff. It's not fun. It's quite terrible. I don't really understand what we're doing here. But, they're allowed to voice their opinions. I'm not required to like them or understand them. So that's what we're doing. But yeah, it's a hot mess. I wouldn't make those choices, but I mean, I say that now, but who knows? Something could come up where I might feel strongly about it, but that's not it. But yeah, so besides watching that, seeing whatever other thing comes up, it rains, it pours, I'm doing this instead. This is the green side. What is this? Why is that there? We're just making a hot mess, child. Hot mess. As always, organizing the puzzle is the worst part ever. But this is how I do it. Which, this is one of those puzzle boards that has the drawers on the side. I've actually never used it for puzzle pieces. I've used it for Legos. It's great for organizing Legos, but not puzzle pieces, which I'm happy to say right now, the glare on this isn't really bad. I was kind of worried. These, depends on which one you get. The one I have, it is the one that can go up, although I think I have it backwards, but I didn't intend to flip it up, so it doesn't really matter that it's backwards. So because it flips up, it has a felt underneath here. This is felt, so that it doesn't slide down and fall off. I'm obviously not using the felt because I'm not flipping it up. The reason I'm not flipping it up is because it's so damn big. Also, I don't know how the angle that you could do to do that, to have the camera facing it and see it without me constantly blocking the shot leading up to put stuff up there. Like, even now, the amount that I'm going to be on camera for this, because it's so gigantic, I don't know. I'll think about it while I'm separating how I'm going to do it and not be constantly in the second way, because that's where the problem lies. But I guess I should spend what I'll spend my time doing when I'm not distracted by this nonsense is talking about Star Wars and things like that. Talk about happy things, fun memories. Empire's the best movie, things like that. I mean, I would choose any of them per se. I'm not really one of those sticklers. You have to choose one thing. Usually my answer for that would be, it depends on what you want. You know, what kind of movie are you in the mood for? That's going to determine what you want at that moment and what you like at that moment. You know, am I in the mood for a cheesy rom-com? Then that's where I'm going to lean. Although I dare say I wouldn't choose that as uh, my favorite of all time of anything like that. I do like a good rom-com. I'm just saying. Generic plot, check. Happy as a clam. I miss those. I miss those so much. But, you know, if I had to choose one of the Star Wars series that I liked best, it would be Empire. Although, you know, for the longest time, I loved all of the movies. Not all of them. I loved the whole series. I said that wrong. I loved the whole series, and I was really into the EU. So, EU is the extended universe, the books, other alternate media, alternate stories with side characters that may not have been in the original series, or they were side characters. I read all of those, and I was really into that. I bought the books for full price. You know, went to the bookstore, got them from the bookstore because I'm flipping old, and that's how you got them back in the day. Oh, I forgot about shit. That's gonna be a problem later. I forgot about Darth Vader. Darth Vader is slightly different in color. Correct. Just keeps on coming. And now you got black spots over here. Like, what are you doing, small child? Okay. Like, let's not. As long as it's separated, I could put it together later. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I like it. If I like a show or a movie, usually I'll want to get to know the whole world. That's not supposed to be there, but we're putting it there anyways. It goes up. Oh, sorry. Goes up top. It's one of those two. But we'll just put it to the side for now because I don't want to deal with it right now. But if I like a world, I want to know everything about it. You know, I care about those side characters. I'm the one that's going to ship the characters getting together. Shipping is when you like two people, romantic interest, you know, want them to get together or whatever. Even if it's not canon, canon would be, you know, when it's actually in the story. You know, everybody's had those relationships you shipped for that never happened. That's perfectly fine. Yes, I just took pieces apart. I didn't put them together. It was not me. That's cheating. Cheating, kids. Cheating. But I really do like all of that. I read the EU up until New Jedi Order when Anakin died, which in the books, not the movies, in the books, Han and Leia had 3 children. Jason, Jaina. Their daughter's name is spelled Jaini. No, N-A. Yeah, Jaina. For the life of me, the amount of times that I have looked up that name to try to figure out how to pronounce it and then immediately forgotten how it's pronounced, ridiculous. Just ridiculous. I can't eat. If I sound annoyed, it's because I'm annoyed with myself that I cannot remember for the life of me how that's pronounced. And I'm like, yeah, you just need to give up now. You should give up and walk away. Like, I don't know. But yeah, so then, and then their youngest child's name is Anakin. So in the books, Anakin obviously dies, which, man, I will spoil it all. So I stopped reading the books then. So then later on, I went back and I went on a wiki because that's what the internet is for. Why read the whole entire series when you can just go on the wiki and figure out what happened to your favorite characters, which are required to go on multiple pages to figure it out. That Luke and Leia did have in the book series, one of their children did turn to the dark side, not because of Luke's training, but just because of the people they met and the shit that went down in the books. It did go to the dark side, and inevitably Jason went to the dark side, and his twin sister killed him in the end. That's how, not the end of the series, obviously, because the series wasn't done. I don't know if I know that they threw it away for canon when the new movies came out, but I don't know if they continued on with the series anyways. Like, if they still have books, they're just not, canon's probably not the best word, but, you know, now they just have multiple storylines, which I hate. I do not like multiverse stories because it just makes everything so messy. You know, what made the EU great was that it was all one continuous story. You didn't diverge, you stayed together, and that's the way it was. Like, it was all connected. They're all in the same universe together. You know, the stakes for everyone, it's one big thing. But I went back to Wikipedia and I read about how not only that Gina, I don't know, Gina, maybe it's Gina, I don't know. I really stopped trying to pronounce her name. But she murdered her brother. You know, I mean, it's after he had killed other main characters, so he went evil, like no half-assing it. He went evil. He killed a bunch of people. She ended up hunting them down and killing them. Then she got together with her love interest from the books, which, man, they shipped that one so hard. Anyone who read the books knows that for that one, I don't even remember his name. I should look it up. That sounds like a plan. I was like, who did Janice Won't marry? That's what Google's for. Gina. Jagged Fell. Yeah, because he was Hapen. Yes. Because then she had a romantic triangle thing going on between her and a Jedi, and then her and Jagged Fell. And Jagged Fell was a former enemy that they united together against their new enemy in the New Jedi Order. It was a whole thing, but they would literally have, one or two scenes, like a chapter maybe, where they would be together in a book, and then they'd be gone. You know, they wouldn't run into each other because it was the middle of a war. And then, a couple books later or whatever, like, you'd have mention of it. They talk about it a little bit, but they didn't actually. It was a thing, man. It was something to look forward to. It was. Yes. I enjoyed it immensely. But I was super happy to see that they landed the plane and got together in the end. Because they went through a great deal of shit. And then, I feel like Jagged Fell was royalty of some sort. Yes. Off of Wikipedia. You know what? Yeah. The Fog of War. Man, stop going all over the place. I wonder if that's how they ended the thing. But yes, I enjoyed it immensely. It was something to look forward to it. They did a good job of, it doesn't have to be the main story. It's just something you have on the side. They're off doing their shit. When you're in the middle of the war, sometimes you can't just pause everything. Especially, they both had commitments they had made. They both had positions, obligations that they had in the war. Like, they had shit they had to get done. I mean, people will die. They can't just stop and go off and have their romance love story. Like, shit's got to get done. So it worked out well. I was quite happy. I didn't have to go through and read all the books because apparently it was a long ass time from the book I stopped reading. Because when Anakin died in the book, I put the book down, never read it. I didn't even finish the book. Straight up didn't finish the book. I was done. Like, for whatever reason, that was, the straw that broke the camel's back. It's kind of like when you have that one food that you eat all the time, and then, you eat it every day or whatever, like all the time, and then that day comes and you're like, yeah, no, I don't want this anymore. And then you just set it down and walk away, and then you're like, yeah, this is not. And then you don't eat it for years or whatever. Like, it's over. Maybe that's just me, but yeah, it was over. I didn't. In the books, I'm going to say it's like 2 books before that one, Chewbacca sacrifices his life to save Anakin. And then 2 books later, Anakin dies anyways. And we're like, well, what the fuck, man? Chewbacca didn't need to die if we were just going to kill Anakin too. Yes, I know it's a war or whatnot, but we're like, really, come on. Come on, man. Come on. That and, obviously in the extended universe, Han and Leia and Luke, they all live throughout all that crap. Now, they might have eventually died later on in the books after. I never looked it up to find that out. I don't know. But, Luke wasn't an idiot. He got married, had a kid, Ben, which I assume Ben is still alive. Sassafras. Like, where would we get? Okay. I'm going to see if Ben's dead too. Because I'm pretty sure that Jason killed Luke's wife in this series. Man, it's a lot. Blah, blah, whatever. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's dead. But it may just not say. Man, now I'm on the Wikipedia. You're not doing the book. I mean, not doing the puzzle. Oh, yeah. Because eventually they just went to a different time frame. They jumped. So they might have just skipped the end of the characters and went on to something else. Which is fine. I don't mind that. Because it's still all one universe. It all made sense. Everything had rules. You followed it. You might wiggle a little bit. But with the book series, up until the point when it was sold off to Disney, George Lucas had a hand in making sure, they had to authorize. If you wanted a storyline done, if he said no, then that was the end of it. Like, there were certain things characters weren't allowed to do for whatever reason. I don't care. I don't care what that reason would be. But I feel like when they wrote those books, they kind of had an idea, just like in the Marvel Universe, how they set up, Infinity War and stuff like that. When everybody got together, you had that big villain overarching story. Like, they had that idea. I feel like every time you had your book arc series, so the one I stopped in, the New Jedi Order, they had an idea of where things were going. And I feel like they set landmarks, like, hey, you're going to go here. Because obviously the books were not all written by the same person. They had lots of different authors. Some were better than others. It made for, kind of unique. Some of you love most. The most famous of them all would be Timothy Zahn, who created the character of, crap. No, I'm thinking Thanos in my head. Obviously not Thanos. Thanos is Marvel. The villain from the Ahsoka series, who I cannot remember, Thrawn. There we go. He invented Thrawn. Thrawn was the villain from the Heir to the Empire series of books, which were a hugely popular series. I would dare say brought a lot of people into the extended universe. Because it was a big story, everybody liked it. It was a trilogy. They did like to do trilogies in the books too. Which I don't know in the trilogies if they actually made sure that they were all written by the same author. I don't know if that's true or not. Like, I know Timothy Zahn wrote that trilogy, but I don't know if every time they had a trilogy, that they made sure that the same person. I don't remember. It's not distinctive for me to remember or not. But those were always, the major event books of the series. You would always look forward to those. You'd have your in-between standalone stories and characters that, they introduced and brought in. X-Men series was a big one from the books. All these things, I hope, that Disney never touches, because clearly they don't possess the ability to tell a good Star Wars story. So they're not allowed. Just don't touch it. You're clearly not good at it. You're clearly not good at writing an original story. You already threw away the EU, so just don't touch any of the other characters. You chose, for whatever reason, to not have Mara Jade, which makes no sense to me. But you like those strong female characters, but you skipped her. Like, what kind of idiot does that shit? She was the Emperor's hand, for fuck's sakes. Anyways, yeah, no. Sometimes the decisions other people make, who knows? But it was a great, because I liked the universe that was Star Wars, to be able to, jump into those books for a couple hours, once or twice a year. That was always fun. I enjoyed it immensely. I really, that, and usually I am a completionist. I want to have everything done. Read every book, every side piece. Although I never really got into the comics. But, all the extended characters. But I knew most of them. It was a huge world. The fact that they were all able to keep all that together and keep the lore straight, well done. Especially nowadays when you see how bad people are at it. When they just use the extended universe, they use the alternate multiverse thing as an excuse to get away with your shitty ass storytelling. Like, that's what you had to do because you couldn't write a good story. You're like, no, we'll just make it a multiverse. That's how we're gonna get rid of stuff. Like, spend the time, write a good character. Maybe that'll help you out. No, nothing. But yeah, I really did fall into that. I would pre-order the book, go to the bookstore. Old, man, so old. Get it on opening day. I wish I still had it, but I pre-ordered a book once and I got it and it printed wrong. So at a certain point, you get to a certain point in a chapter and all of a sudden the next piece of the book was was the same chapter over again, like the same chunk twice. And then however many pages that you had the same chunk twice, that's how many pages were missing from the book. You were literally missing, like, if you divided the book up into 4 sections, you were missing section 3. Because section 2 was there twice. It was the weirdest thing. But, you go to the bookstore, they have them, they went through whatever system you had back in the day, and then I got a refund and a new book. Like, they gave me a new one, and it all worked out. Back in the day, you could do that. Although I didn't, do what people do nowadays. No, I just went there and I'm like, hey, there's this weird glitch. And then we just figured it out. We all did it like civil adults. It was fine. It was fun. But it's such a weird thing. It would be fun to have. I guess they must bind books together in chunks. Good news. I only dropped 3 pieces on the floor at once. 3, I tell you, 3. That's marvelous skills. Marvelous. I'm so proud of myself. Oh, but yeah, which I think my fondest memory for Empire, which is what this puzzle is, as I jump all the way over the place. One time, the rest of the family was gone. I don't know what they were doing. I was watching Empire. I really love film score. So I was watching the asteroid scene, and it had the beautiful John Williams score. And I turned that, it would have been 98, 97, 98. No, probably 98. Because at that point, I had watched Empire in the theater, and I wanted to get that theater surround sound, but I did not have a surround sound TV. So my genius mind thought the best way to do that was just to turn the volume up on the TV and then sit as close as possible. Because if you sit close to it, then it'll have, like you're seeing a bigger screen. Because that's how that works. Absolutely. That's definitely how that works. That makes perfect sense. I was a kid. We do stupid shit when we're young. But I sat up close to the screen and I just listened to it. My parents came home. I got in trouble for that. They're like, you got to blow the speakers out of this TV. You're going to ruin your ears. Like, no one know. No one know. And I got in so much trouble. But I wanted that full experience. The beautiful John Williams score, Flying Through the Asteroid. It's a classic. Classic. Classic score. But yeah, I watch one of the reaction streamers that I watch because sometimes you get a little bit of a contact high. I don't know if that's probably not the correct word for it. When you're watching reaction streamers watch something that you enjoy, you get to watch somebody else experience for the first time, as long as they're not lying. Experience the first time something that you love. And usually reaction streamers, unless it's hip and cool to be mean and negative towards something, they'll be super happy and excited about it. They'll get the same joy out of something that you got. Not that that makes any difference. You're going to put those together in the end, aren't you? Yep. Yep. Watching those reaction streamers watch something that you loved for the first time, them, enjoying them see all the things, the shocking moments from Star Wars, Luke, I am your father, and things like that. Like, all that stuff is new to them to a certain extent. Obviously, that scene is so famous. I'm pretty sure he knew it existed. Like, that was already spoiled. That's the one drawback of something being so famous. He obviously had heard of that before that point, so that's not a huge surprise to him. But I watched. Dylan is in trouble. Yeah, he's a very snarky, sarcastic guy. I enjoyed immensely. But he watched that for the first time because it was something he had committed to like years before. So he went through and watched the classic trilogy. He did not watch the prequels. I'm pretty sure he didn't watch the prequels. He just watched the classic trilogy for the first time. And Empire was the one he liked best. And to watch him, see it for the first time, that was super enjoyable for me. Because you get that newness to it. Like, I've seen it so many times. I still enjoy it, but, for someone else, there's a difference between when you've seen it numerous times to when you watch it for the first time. That you just can't get back, no matter what. And if it's something that, when it comes to those things, people ask, why would you watch somebody watch something you've already seen? You could just watch it yourself. Like, what's the point? It's being able, it's like you invited somebody that you like to watch something that you like too. I mean, obviously I don't know this person at all, but you don't have the chance of ruining it when you're watching them like that, because usually you've already seen it before. You'll laugh before the joke is over or whatever. Like, you do everything too early, and then you're worried about spoiling it. It's a whole big thing. But I enjoyed it immensely. I'm just saying. It made me want to go back and watch the series. Like, it's been so long since I watched it. Although, admittedly, with Star Wars, some of that stuff, when you see that original trilogy now, you're like, man, this is super cheesy. It's not to say I don't like it. I love the world, and that goes a long way. But it's super cheesy. I'm gonna keep it real. It's something else. Something else. Man, will we ever finish this? Man, will I get done separating these pieces out in an hour? Probably not. Man, you're making good progress. Lie to yourself. That works best. Lie. But yes, I admit, my bar on what I like and don't like, not very. As long as it's characters that I enjoy, as long as it doesn't have too bad of flaws, I'll enjoy anything. Like, for the longest time, I was on a kick. I was watching Asian TV. And the reason why I bring this up is because for Asian TV, I'd watch so much of it. When you binge something, when you're seeing so much stuff, you don't retain things as well as when you take your time, really savor something. Because of that, in order to remember what I had and had not watched, I would. Let's go together. What's wrong with this thing? I went on a website and I rated everything. But I was never severe. I'm just not the type to be super cruel on something. So my, C score, my C was a 7.5 rating. Like that's the middle ground. It wasn't great, it wasn't bad, or whatever was in it that wasn't great or wasn't or what, or was or whatever was in it that was good or bad was offset by the other part. Like they evened each other out. It made it so. It wasn't horrifically bad. It wasn't great. It just was. Like, it's probably forgettable, but it wasn't atrocious. It's fine. 7.5 was the even. That's your even scale. That's what most everything's going to be rated, because that's just where I put it. And then if you went above that, then it had to have something better. And if we went below that, something horrible must have happened. Because my bar is very low, like if you go under 7.5, there must have been something really, really bad. Especially if it's from, something that has an actor or whatever in it that you really liked. Like, you had to have done something horrible. Like, how did you fail so massively to get such a bad score to go under 7.5? Like, I had one actress, she had 2 6s in a row. Like, man, I had to stop watching her stuff. I don't know what's wrong with your shows. They were so bad. Some Chinese shows, if you go on YouTube, some people will edit them down. So they were 40-episode shows that they edited down to a special edition for who knows what reason that was exponentially shorter than the 40-episode show, and I still couldn't finish it, and it was still horrible. Like, it was just really, really bad. I don't know what went wrong, but it was really, really bad, and it drove me up the wall. Like, the fact that they bothered to spend time, like, having a special edition and a director's cut, like, no. Like, you wasted your time. You just need to burn that show and then walk away. Just burn it. Burn it down. Burn it down. It was so bad. Boy. But yeah, I'm not very severe. I'm fairly forgiving. That's why I generally don't recommend that many shows. Because just because I liked it doesn't mean someone else was. I recommended a show once to a friend, and he watched it. You could tell he didn't like it. He was trying to be nice. But I was like, yeah, it's all about, how you're feeling at the time when you're watching it, especially if it's something weird. It was just a ridiculous show. It was a ridiculous show. But I really need to watch that show. Because it's Chinese, a lot of Chinese shows are actually available on YouTube. So you don't actually have to have a streaming platform to watch them. You can just go on YouTube and watch them for free. And the show I'm thinking of that I recommended and he hated was Oh My Goddess. And it was hilarious. No, it's not Oh My Goddess. It's Oh My General. Can I just point out that in Asian TV shows, the amount of shows, one of the many reasons why I needed to rate them on a website, the amount of shows that have the same start to it, like the amount of shows that have love in the title, the amount of shows that have ghost in the title, like the amount of Korean shows that have ghost in the title, we were like, I can't even remember. I can't. Because they had a new one that came out, and there is a show called Oh My Ghost that I really liked from Korea, and then, gosh, I can't remember. They like added one word at the end of it. I'm like, no, it's not enough. That's not enough, kids. That's not enough. And there was a whole bunch of ghost shows that came out in the same amount of time. Like, you cannot all have ghost in the title. Nobody's gonna. You can't all have O and ghost in it. And when I say O, I mean OHO. No, you can't all have the same thing. This is too much. Never mind, you have formulaic stories. But come on now. Some of them are fairly distinctive. But I'm gone completely off topic because I was trying to read something. But I'm fairly forgiving. I just don't. As partially the reason I'm forgiving is because I just want to be entertained. I prefer a popcorn movie. It doesn't have to be exceptional. You just need to care about the characters, which in Star Wars you had a whole bunch of multifaceted characters. There was somebody there for everybody. You know, no matter how much modern cinema wants to say there were never any strong female characters, Princess Leia is a strong female character. You know, we had those back in the day. They're not new and fabulous and never seen before. They existed the whole entire time. And the other day, I saw a clip. They were interviewing Jennifer Lawrence, and she said she was the first female superhero. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? The first, when she was in Hunger Games. I'm like, did you skip something? Have you never watched a movie? Like, what are we talking about here? No, you're not the first female superhero, um, action hero. Like, that's not, no. What the hell? There was a bunch of them. A bunch of them. Even your generation. No, damn it. That is red, not green. Remember when I bitched about that a while ago? I'm like, you gotta mix those two together. And I did. All my 7,000 different piles of I almost wanted to say Legos. These are not Legos. These are puzzle pieces. It all makes perfect sense. Which, as I always say, you know, as I always tell myself, you know, there's a purpose for this. We're organizing it so we can make it easier to do it later. Easier to do it later. As I say it over and over again. That'll magically make it better. Oh, did I not? Is this one not even right? Nah. How's that? Huzzah. Does this one go here? No. No, it does not. Then it must go there. And keep on keeping on. Although, I admit that not every movie that I like do I get immersed in the world. But some of them I do. Like, when I watched Harry Potter, like the first two films, I didn't much. I mean, they were fine. But anybody who's seen the first two films, they're very kiddish. They're very, young centric, and I was too old. Too old is probably not the best word, but I was just, I wasn't that the age demographic that book was mainly targeting. I mean, it's for everyone, but mainly targeting, it's still for everyone. That's my answer to those people who don't like it, but it's fine. Who was mainly targeting, but when the third movie came out, when it got a little bit older, I got finally interested in the books, and I went out and I, checked them all out of the library. And at that point, they were up to book 5. So, I had to go out, read, the first 5 books. And I remember I stayed up super late. I was living in the dorms in college at the time. I stayed up super late and I was reading the 5th book. And Sirius died. And I was so devastated. But I couldn't cry out loud because my roommate was, sleeping in the bed next to mine. She was sleeping in her bed, like you couldn't make any noise, whatever. Also, simultaneously thinking, she's already read this. She knew Sirius died and she didn't warn me ahead of time. I'm like, it's good. She's not supposed to, but still, you're like, really? Some sort of heads up you are about to be emotionally devastated and destroyed. You might want to prepare yourself. I mean, geez. It was a sad time. But it's a great series that I thoroughly enjoy. I didn't go any farther than the books, though. I didn't mind the adaptions too much. Like, they definitely missing stuff from the later books. Well, just because the books are so big, that you can't fit all them in it. No matter how much you want to adapt something well, some things you aren't going to go from the book to the screen very well. And there's the way you picture something versus the way it translates onto the screen. I guess the perk of having the extended universe for Star Wars in the books is that you already knew those characters from the movies, so you don't have to imagine what those characters look like, what they're doing. You can just, follow them on their next adventure. Oodles of fun. Ooh, man. This puzzle's going to be impressive. But yeah, I miss it. It'd be great. I did watch the first season of Wheel of Time, and then I saw how many books there were in the series, and I was like, I'm just not feeling it. It looks like it's going to be fun, but apparently it was lost in adaptation. Like they changed a whole bunch of the characters from the book to the screen. So you do worry, like, I've become attached to some of the characters. Although, the character, because of the internet, I knew who was supposed to be the main character. So I would say that I was most attached to the main character. So maybe I would like the book series. But I just wasn't feeling the spending that much time trying to catch up. Although it's still better than every once in a while I'll look at One Piece. And it'd be great to go through and watch the series. Not read it. I'm not reading that. That's too long. But you're still on episode, 2000 or whatever. You're like, that's a lot. That's a lot. I guess that was something I could make a reaction show out of. I look at those reaction shows, I'm like, I don't know what, I've seen everything. I always look at those. For anybody who ever watches reaction shows, how many times do you think they're lying and they've actually seen it before? Because some of the things are like, I've never seen this. I'm like, how have you not seen it? Did you grow up underneath a rock? Like, I find it hard to believe, especially when you know the things they like to watch. You're like, how did you not see this? I don't understand. Like, it was too damn popular. This came out before this whole streaming thing was a thing. I don't understand. You are the correct age. You should have seen this. I don't understand. I don't understand. But although it would be great to have somebody react to Due South, which is a great show. I highly recommend. It is on YouTube. It is free. It literally is Due South. That's what it's called. It's a show from the 90s that I enjoy immensely. It's my Touchstone show. It's so much my Touchstone show that I have the theme song in my Spotify playlist, which I feel like I've bitched about this before. But Spotify does not have the official theme song. It only has the generic knockoff. It's not exactly right. When you listen to it, you can tell that they didn't have the rights to play the actual song. So they had to jig it a little bit, like it's a little bit off. I guess some people might not hear it. I could hear it. But even listening to the knockoff, it makes me smile. Listening to the theme song to the show. Because of, obviously, there's a huge part of that. With anything that you've liked, like Star Wars, for a long time, there's that nostalgia factor to it. There's that extra because it's been a part of your life for such a long period of time. There's that extra bit to it that gives it more weight than people from this generation. People that didn't grow up with it aren't going to have. That's blue, for flip's sakes. Man, that pile is going to be a hot mess. I predicted it. How? But just watching the theme song for that, because it came out in the mid-90s, it was a much simpler time. At least for me, it was simpler because it was so young. You're just not... Back in, when I grew up, you were under the mistaken impression that your parents actually knew what they were doing. And they were on top of things. They were able to bullshit their way through everything. As an adult, you realize they were lying to you the entire time. They had no idea what they were doing. They were winging it and acting like they had an idea of what was going on. But Due South was one of the shows that I watched with my family because it was on TV. It's not back in the day. Not that they don't have them today. But it was one of those, it was the whole family shows. It's one of the few family shows that we all watched together. So, trying to think what else we will watch together. We watched NCIS in the beginning. I can still remember calling my parents to talk about when Kate died in NCIS. If you never watched NCIS, you have no idea what I'm talking about. If you did, and you watched it back in the day, you know full well what I was talking about. Because back in the day, You didn't have all the social media that ruined everything. You didn't have those spoilers. So you didn't know her character was getting killed off. You didn't know that was going to happen. And so it was a huge shock when she just ends up dead. Huge shock. Man, I just spoiled everything. I don't know why you would be going back to watch NCIS now. They're on season 7,000 at this point. I stopped like season 8. Everything has its time, kids. You need to eventually let it go. But I guess we live in an age where we have the multiverse of the criminal procedural shows. I mean, hey, I admit they're great background noise. I watched one episode of the new show Tracker, which apparently the ratings for that show, how many people watch that thing, is insane. Insane. Like they ranked in the top 10 streaming shows of the year. Like they did really well. I look at that and I'm like, I don't understand. I watched one show. It was super cheesy. And I was like, I can't even do it. Like, yeah, I imagine they're in budget because by golly gee, I only watched it for Jensen Ackles. I'm keeping real. That's why I was there. Not that I don't like Justin Hartley. Man, I think that's right. The fact that I know his name, he was in. I watched him in. Look, got that piece together. Smallville. I need to stop saying It's gonna drive me nuts. I don't know if you care. I care. I care immensely. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yes. I really enjoyed him playing the Green Arrow in. Yes, the Green Arrow in Smallville. Look, I said, see? I told you. It was going to happen. Fairly soon. Fairly soon. No matter how much it annoys me. At least I could say I'm consistent, as always. Right. Yeah. No. Tease you though, as always. If you enjoy it, well then congratulations. I wish you bestest of luck. How lucky of you. It just didn't hit for me. It was a fail for me, but it doesn't matter if I don't like it. Honestly, clearly it's doing fine. It's not the end of the world. Yeah. Although I wonder if it's just because it's been so long. I haven't watched regular television that is blue. Why is there blue with the black? Also, look how much black there is. Look at that black. That's miserable because that's the black, but you still have these that have black in them too. And that. But yeah, I watched Smallville after the show was done. So I binge watched that. I mean, as fast as you can binge watch a 10-season show. It's definitely one of those shows. Usually, you can tell. At the start, they're trying to figure out what they're doing or how they're doing how their show is going to be shot, how it's going to feel, and then eventually they get in the groove of things and they really start banging them out. But also, sometimes they'll have a good storyline. Sometimes the storyline's trash. It's a standard show. But I enjoyed it. Tom Welling did a good job. He carried that show. You done good. If it hadn't been for that girl that went crazy and joined a cult and, did all those terrible things, who knows what could have happened to that show later on. Cults ruin it for everyone. Oh, isn't that a saying? Which, for those of you who don't know, how do we end up on this? 58 minutes in, and I'm about to talk about a cult. What? Does it have anything to do with Star Wars? Not even close. So, a person I can't remember the name of, she played Chloe in Smallville. She eventually joined Nixum, which was some sort of cult where they were recruiting members. It's your standard, do this with us and you'll have a better life, let us brand you and all this fun stuff and follow our way of life and you'll reach a higher level of whatever. Zen, whatnot, and she ended up getting arrested and going to jail for that one. It's the small things. I mean, from the outside, if you just look at, like most cults, if you just look at it from the outside perspective, you're like, yeah, I can see why people will buy into that. You know, if you have that kind of personality, how you'll get into that. As far as what she did willingly, if she was, you know, if she bought into the cult or, you know, she was a willing participant, I don't know. You know, the court decides those things. I have no idea. It's clearly not my job. That is not my thing. But yeah, that was a hot mess. Hot mess. It's a sad day. It's an hour in. We haven't done. It takes over an hour to separate the pieces. Yes, it does. That's not supposed to go there. Because this is the weird lines and stuff. So to make the outline, and then of the outline, and then this piece. I say that. Is that entirely true? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Why not? For Star Wars, getting back on topic with that, I have only watched, I watched parts of Ahsoka because I was curious to see, because I never watched Clone Wars, which is the animated series that Ahsoka was in, and she came from. Clone Wars took place during the prequels trilogy, during the Clone Wars, obviously. Really? You don't say. But I didn't pay attention to any of that stuff. By that point, I hadn't been really following along. Because I think technically the Clone Wars still falls into the EU. Like, it's still canon. That's still fine. But I just never get into those characters. But I obviously wanted to watch the show because I know who Thrawn is, who is the villain for the TV series, and apparently also for the show, like the Clone Wars as well. The villain for both Ahsoka and the Clone Wars. I realized that probably didn't come out right when I said it, but yes, that's what I meant. But I wanted to see him, and I was greatly disappointed. Like, he's not as scary as he's supposed to be. He's not. It's just not there. It's very disappointing. Very disappointing. And yeah, he wasn't smart. He wasn't calculating. It didn't make sense, and it was just dumb. It was DUM dumb. I think in the end, to finish the show off, I think I just watched some, because I don't have Disney Plus. I just watched a reaction channel about it because I didn't care enough. You know, I have access to, if I really wanted to go watch the show, if I wanted to watch it myself and not get spoiled on it. But it wasn't worth that. So I think the only shows that I've seen all of is season 1 and 2 of Mandalorian, which was not good. And that's basically it. Because Mandalorian is super boring. Super boring. It's just, I understand nostalgia, Baby Yoda, blah, blah, whatever. But you would have been better served to not have Baby Yoda in the show. Or go separate ways at the end of season 1. And I guess maybe have them come together for a better reason. It doesn't make sense. You know, they're clearly only together because they made money, and that's what we need them here for. And you can always say, look at this, so many times. You're like, bitch, we've already seen that. You had a whole wide world you could choose from, and this is what we're doing again. I don't. Not keen. Not keen. How long does this puzzle going to take? I honestly don't remember how long this puzzle takes, but I'm going to say right now that I probably won't finish it today. Like, there will be a part 2. Which, good news, because it's on the puzzle board, I can just pick it up and set it somewhere. Although, honestly, if ever you're looking to get one of these, they're quite heavy. So keep that in mind, depending on how much you can lift, how much you can move around. Sure, you can, if you took this off and put the puzzle on the felt and then put this on top of it, you can pin it down. So that way you can pick up your puzzle thing and move it around without it falling off the board. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing that, honestly. But technically, you should be able to. It's just you should be afraid that it's going to fall off at some point. It falls off. After you get done screaming no, you're going to be really sad that you're... Oh, that's not even close. Darth Vader's over here. Huzzah. After you get done screaming no, because you just, your thing just fell apart. Is it here? How's that? Then how does this leg go? Is that his... No, because Luke's over here. Is that his arm? I don't understand how this works. I've already done this puzzle before, and I'm already confused. I don't remember what I was talking about before I got distracted by that, and I couldn't put it together. I know I was bitching about Mandalorian being stupid, because it is stupid. Like, sure, nostalgia, look, X-Wing, huzzah! But you do actually need some sort of story. And it was obviously fan service all the time. But you can only do that for so long. Like, you needed to have more than that. And it was just not keen. Not keen. But we're almost done separating out these pieces, and then we'll get to do the words. Yay! It's exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Which, honestly, I just realized. So what you would do, because this is on the plastic piece, you can just, instead of picking up the whole board, you can just pick up the plastic piece, honestly. Will stuff shift around? Sure. But you can still pick it up and set it somewhere, and it would be easier to pick up. And that way, you don't have to be worried about when you pick up the board that it needs to be flat all the time, or you're going to lose stuff. That's what you need to do. I just need to remind myself when doing this separation. I'm separating it more than I usually do. I'm trying to get it as separated well as I can, so that way when I put them together, it goes faster. I mean, that's the lie we're going to tell ourselves until we get there. But that's what we'd be doing. This is the top of Vader's head. All these pieces should exist. Should. Notice how I put that on the end there. I'm like, no guarantees. Since the last time I put it back in the box, maybe something disappeared. Who knows? Will I be sad? Sure. But if that happened, this puzzle has only ever been here, so it can't possibly be anywhere else. It has to be in this place. And I have cleaned numerous times, I had recently bought myself a Dyson because my old vacuum died. The only time I'm allowed to get something new is if the old one dies, because I'm cheap that way. Just cheapness. But I, used Dyson numerous times at other places, and I'm like, I want a Dyson. So I got one of those. I bought myself a refurbished one, so it's not as expensive as the brand new ones. And went around and vacuumed my apartment, and when you get done with it, now partially the reason why there was so much dirtiness is that my old vacuum died, obviously. So it would only maintain its charge for a minute or less. So you couldn't vacuum that well. But even then, I ran the vacuum for the first time and cleaned stuff up, and then I did it again the next day, and the amount of dust and whatnot that came out, you're like, great googly moogly. Like, I consider myself to not be too dirty. Like, it's only me, live alone. Like, I don't really make that much of a mess, But yeah, it works really, really well. I would assume that some of it is just because the other one did not work as well as this one does. So it just didn't get everything when you vacuumed. But this is that one. I was trying to see if it had, if it was an outside piece or if not an outside piece, a line, pattern, or if it was the writing pattern. It was the writing pattern. But oodles of fun. It's always great when you reach the age when you're like the vacuum. It was awesome. That's what we were looking forward to. I bought a practical item I will use on a regular basis, and I will use it until it dies. And that's what I'm excited about. Slightly sad? Sure it is. But also, that's the fun of being an adult. Look. We've got Vader and Luke right down there. Good fun one to start with. I'm so excited to be able to start this. The whole drawback, the reason I hate separating pieces out, even though I know it helps in the long run, is because it's just so tedious. You gotta choose. You gotta hope that you chose correctly. You gotta go through all these pieces, organize them, which I feel like I need to do. The green lines first, and then this pile here is the ATSTs and the TIE Fighters and the Star Destroyers. I named all of them correctly, which, as I say that, so behind me, you can't see me because obviously the camera's not facing that way. I had been searching for, gosh, I don't know what I'm searching. I was not searching for wall art, but I ended up on Etsy looking for something else, and in my feed came this picture of the forest moon of Endor. And it's this really nice looking forest picture that if you're looking at it from afar and you don't know what you're looking at, you would actually think it's just a forest picture. But then you get closer and that thing in the sky is not a bird, that's a Imperial shuttle. And then what's walking in the forest is the ATSTs. I think it's ST, right? Because the AT-AT is the four-legged one, the ATST is the two one. You know what? Do I know what they stand for? I used to. Use it or lose it, kids. I've lost it. I don't remember what they're for. Whatever. It's the two-legged one that's in the forest in Endor. So eventually, when my parents came to visit, and my mom looked at the picture, and she's like, "Oh, that's cute. This is a nice forest picture." I'm like, "Yeah, it's the forest moon of Endor." I'm like, she just looked at me. All hope was lost. It was great. It was great. Hope wasn't lost, but she was still like, "Oh, great googly boogly." I'm like, you had to know. You had to know it was coming. Well, it was a really nice. It was expensive. I mean, I'm sure I got hot on that one. It's Etsy, but I enjoyed it. It's a great picture. It's hanging up on my wall. I think the best thing about that though is it came with everything you need to hang it up on your wall. Where does this go? Problem solved. Put it in incorrectly. So proud of you. So proud of you. It comes with a tiny little miniature level. And like the sticky thing to stick to the top. And then the two pieces that you hang the picture with. If you put them on backwards to the wall, you can and level it out. And then you push it in. And when you push it on, it puts a little dent in the wall. That's where the nail is going to go. And then you flip around the bracket that the picture hangs on. And then you can nail that bracket in. And then you pinprick the other side and do the other side. Because one of those things is like, hey, this will make it easier to hang the picture, blah, blah, whatever. And you're like, sure it will. We all know how this ends. This ends in tears. a not level picture and just plain being annoyed. But no. It actually worked really well. I'm like, whoever came up with this, when you use something like that they made to make your life easier, to like make, by golly gee, it actually worked. This person deserves a raise. Like, well done, congratulations. That was one of those moments where like, I can't believe that actually worked. I'm so proud of you. Well done. Good times. This is gonna be in here. Okay. So first things first, we're gonna do. Why is this? See, this is not actually. Oh, it is, because it goes right here. I'm looking at the picture. Yeah, I've obviously done this one a few times. I'm gonna say this is my 4th-ish time doing it. We'll go with that. As I do this, I was like, hey, you probably should have done the outside pieces. We're like, nah, we'll live dangerously and do the middle first and then do the outside around it. Good times had by all. I never use the picture, so I'm not used to just looking up and seeing it. Honestly, how much extra time does it save looking at the picture? I don't know. Probably not a lot, but yeah. That's the skills going with. Let's see how well this works. You know what it should do is have these in here, and then anything that doesn't have, which can you, yeah. I was gonna remind myself, like, hey, where's the the camera end? Where does the camera end? Because I don't know. Out of all the time I spent staring at trying to figure out how I wanted to set the camera up, because it's at a weird angle, but I didn't want to move it too close, because obviously the closer it is, I'm right here. I will lean in. Yeah, you're just starting to get a shot. Like, I don't want to be in the shot. I really don't. I really don't. So how to gauge that out and get it as close as you can get it. The problem with this one will obviously be, because it's so big, at some point you're going to run into the problem, or you're going to be constantly leaning into the shot, because I got to get down there as I point to the wall up there. That'll be a pain in my side. That's a problem for a later date, because right now we done just started. And this is where we're at. This is what we're doing. Which technically, when I'm laying these down here on the bottom, I'm not laying them correctly, because I don't want to assume too much. Honestly, weigh the pros and cons of laying them out the way I think they lay in the puzzle, or if just not even bothering and then just letting it work itself out later. That's not even remotely close. Don't even start. And then around Empire Strike Back, it has a border. So that's clearly what the stuff on the side is. It's the border. I thought about doing it. As always, the amount of time and effort. It's not the right piece, smarty. That I put into when I'm separating things out, looking at stuff. I'm also thinking about, hey, what is your plan of attack for doing this puzzle? How are you going to lay it out? How are you going to do it? That way, by the time I get done separating out all the pieces, you have your plan of attack ready to go. Although it's kind of ridiculous, because honestly, how you think you're going to do it, by the time I get done with this section, I might change my mind and go a different way anyways. Like, why would you spend that much time thinking about it? But that's just how my mind works. So it's going to be constantly planning, and then later on you'll be like, you just wasted a bunch of time. You just wasted a bunch of time planning something that you ultimately decided, nah, I don't want to do that anyways. We can say that at least I knew this was coming. I know I'm going to change my mind at some point. But I marvel at how much I annoy the bejesus out of myself with things that I know that's coming. Like, clearly I know this is going to happen, and yet still I do it every time. Every time. I guess I should just be happy I'm so consistent in the way that at work. And like, why are you doing this to yourself? You shouldn't do this. It's fine. It's not really the end of the world. Anybody that watches this, you don't care. If I didn't mention it, you probably wouldn't even know. Like, it doesn't, I mean, you'd know because I bitched about it, but you wouldn't know or care had I not bitched about it or brought it up. See? Huzzah! You know? But yeah, the amount of time and effort and thought that goes into things that don't matter. In general, in life, one shouldn't work that way. It's just not good for you. It's just not good for you. Like, technically, you need a plan, but if it's not a productive plan, like, what was the point in that? Why did we do that? Although I could argue that's just me being hard on myself or something stupid. Like, it's not really the end of the world. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Walk it off. Walk it off. It's just, yeah. But yeah, I wish, going back to all the rambling, odd, hot mess of the conversation I've done so far, I wish that I could find another world to immerse myself in. You know, whether it be a TV show, whatever. You know, you do your doom scroll, going through all the stuff, trying to find something new to watch or get into, and I just haven't been able to find anything lately that's super exciting. Like, you end up, you know, watching 2 episodes of this, 2 episodes of that, and then just end up being like, nah, whatever. You know, shrug your shoulders and keep on keeping on. Like, nothing really hits the spot. It's kind of, it's tedious because it's almost like you have too many options, and because you have so many options, you just keep flitting through. You know, it'd be great. I just need to remind myself it's unlikely. Like, you've pretty much gone through everything, unless you choose to go through, like, you can't start reading the books for House of the Dragon, Game of Thrones. There we go. Because the book series is never going to finish. So the authors literally said as much. Like, the books are never going to get finished. I'm like, well, if the series is not done, it never will be. Like, we ain't starting that. And then, you know, Wheel of Time is flipping long. Although, I think that series at least is ended. So at least you have a finish to the series. Like, you're done. I guess that's a perk. But still, it's so long. It's a long commitment. Man, I don't know. What is this? But yeah, if you have suggestions for a great series, no guarantees I'll actually watch it, but give your recommendations down below. Let me know what wonderful series that you enjoyed immensely that you would recommend. And so messy, so messy. It's slightly amusing. So I have the black pieces over here and black pieces over here. I have 2 piles of the same thing. And like, I knew about it, and I'm pretty sure I mentioned it earlier, and then I just kept right on it going. Like, I don't even want to think about it. Like, I didn't even bother to put them together. Like, you will just, when you get to that point, you will just put them together then. I'm like, what is this hot mess? Like, I don't even know what you're doing over there. But, yeah, not my proudest moment. I keep it real. I'm like, I don't know what we're doing here. But, how that came to be. I mean, some of the pieces that were on the side that I'm currently doing, they have pieces. They're clearly, because the top part of this, not this, the top part says the Star Wars saga continues, and that connects with the top of the puzzle itself. So that's why, because a lot of those are actually, you can tell, you know, it has bits of the top on it. So they'll go together at some point. That's why that some of those are there. But at some point I changed my mind and I just kept on. And I didn't put them back. I don't know. If you do it differently, you can put a comment down below. Tell me how you separate out your pieces, or do you not at all? Because some people don't separate them out; they just throw all the pieces, and then they pick out the section they want to do, and then leave the other pieces like a hot mess. But I'm gonna keep it real. Sometimes it can be, I want it to be organized, and it bothers me when they're not. So just for my own organizational sanity, which is slightly amusing because even though I say that, I need to clean that over there, because I did the streaming thing, I put another table next to the table I'm doing puzzles on. So obviously, your setup can sit over there because you for this one especially, you need the full table to do the puzzle on, which technically this table is big enough without the board to do the puzzle on. But to help set up the camera and know how wide it needs to be, because obviously this board is for up to 1,000-piece puzzle, to know how wide it needs to be and all those things, it's just easier to do it this way. Why are you setting this up when it's too far away? Because you're an idiot. I mean, yeah, because you're an idiot. I always hate it for this one. There's a whole bunch of the pieces that are exactly the same. I like to have it all in one row, and then this is not going to be all in one row. Although, watch me like a moron. I'm going to put them together. Do not do this. Do not. See if they go together. Like they shouldn't. I mean, they will. Some of them will. Some of them won't. See? Already won't go together. That's not right. It's been on so long. I looked at the back side, not the front side, because the front side is just, sky. I'm like, does this sky go together? Sure. Is it supposed to? No. See? Not supposed to go together that way. So, leave it alone. Walk away. Walk away. Walk away. At least this time, I think I did quite better at doing the, as I bump all those things. Don't do that to yourself. We need to put some of this in there because I'm just making a mess at this point. I did a good job. Sometimes I run into the problem where I didn't separate out the outside correctly, which how could you not? It literally has the distinctive pattern on the outside edges, the border. It has a specific thing on it. Like, how did you not get the border correctly? You know what? I don't even know. I don't know. How would you ask me that question? I just did it incorrectly. I don't know what we're talking about. Like with this one, I shouldn't have to pick up the pieces because it has the thing on the outside. Why is this piece not here? It's okay. That's okay. Talk myself off a ledge. Like, do not freak out. It's fine. It is the one thing about streaming things and having the camera on you. Like, time is more of a thing than ever before. I used to, what I would do, oh, look, this is the one that goes up there that I couldn't find earlier. We're nailing it now. I would used to just time it. Like I have somewhere out there. On my phone, I actually have where I would have an alarm. And every hour on the hour, you would just take a picture of where you're at. And that's what I have. I don't know if I have that for this one too. But you would just have the hour lapse pictures of all your different things. And that's how you would time yourself. You'd have that, that's fine. But with that one, obviously, you can just pause it when you go off. If you want to make something to eat or go to the bathroom or whatever, you can just pause it and walk away and then come back. Well, look, that's why you couldn't find it. Well done, kid. Well done. And then come back later and finish it. This one, because I'm on live stream, I'm like, hey, I want to try to do it in one sitting. I guess I still could walk away from it. But in the back of my head, I have that timer going. And anxiety is not the right word, but that timer is going constantly in the back of your head, and you're like, hey, you got to keep going, you got to move faster. You're working too slow. It's not going in as fast as you want it to. Whatever. At some point, like it's fine. Just let it stew. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get in the groove. Some parts you get in the groove easier than others. You kind of just, you can only do what you can do. And then everything else, you just kind of gotta, it's fine. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's meant to be relaxing. You're overthinking it. No one cares. No one but you cares. Which I would dare say is a lesson for everyone. What you think people care about, usually they don't care. It's not a big deal. What you're thinking, people thinking about you, they probably didn't even notice. I mean, definitely if you saw me and thought I was looking at you, I was just trying to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible. I didn't notice you existed. I didn't give you two thoughts, negative or positive. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but the person most likely to be thinking negative things about you is you. You are the person that's doing those things. It's you that's ripping yourself apart. So, that, and if you make a fool of yourself in public, as we've all done, most likely anybody that sees you thinks, thanks God that wasn't me. That's generally going to be the first thing they're thinking about. Not so much making fun of you. They're thinking, thank the gods that wasn't me. I don't know. No. The mere thought of that happening to me. I mean, I realize that's very selfish, but that's humanity as a whole. Like, we're all just trying to get through it. Well, that, and if I'm in public, my goal is to get my shit done and get home. Get my shit done, get home, take off whatever uncomfortable clothes you wore to go out into the real world, and then, hope the time I have to go out and interact with public doesn't come anytime soon. That's what I'm going for. That's where I'm at. But yeah, oodles of fun, oodles. As we slowly but surely. Here's the one perk about this piece that we're doing now. It follows into line with what I like most, which is working from top to bottom in a puzzle. That way I can just keep shoving it up top. And then you also don't run into the problem that I've had on other puzzles where you end up laying the pieces on top of the pieces that have already been put together, which I will do that soon. Because, you'll inevitably run into that. But it's so messy to me. I don't particularly like it. But obviously, doing that is completely, having your pieces organized that way is completely dependent on the puzzle itself. Because what you want to do and what works best for the puzzle are two different things. If you want to do it as quickly as possible, sometimes you're just going to have to sacrifice your own comfort for the speed of doing it, a different way that you don't particularly like. That's another way to look at life as well. Sometimes you're going to have to do something you don't, in a way you don't want to do it because that's the way that works best. You don't always get to do it the way you want to. Sometimes you just need to do it the way you need to do it to get it done. Keep on, keep it on. And enjoy it when you're allowed to do it the way that you like to do it. Because that may not always be that way. Sassafras. Making a mess. But then, this is the easiest part of the puzzle. Clearly it's downhill from here. You best enjoy this while it lasts, because once the other part comes, prepare to be annoyed. Where's this piece? Why is it not here? Move along. Oh, it's this one. Move along. Nailed it. You're making a hot mess, kid. This one goes here. Goes there. And that one goes there. I'm like, hey, where's this piece? Did you forget something? Did you miss something? Well, that and above this is the writing. So, Yeah, I was like, why do I have... I've already forgotten that it says up there the saga continues. I'm like, yeah, no. Remember when you read the box a little while ago? Yeah, no, not really. Whoops a daisy. It's fine. Still doing this first. It may be giving me fits, but it's still going to be better than the writing it out. Although, this is the one perk of cheating. It's not really cheating, but it's cheating to me to be able to read the box. Because usually I'm like, I keep forgetting what the saying is. So when you're putting it together, you're like, if you remembered what the saying was, it'd probably be easier to write it out with the puzzle. But because you're so brain dead that you keep forgetting what it says, you keep not being able to spell it correctly. I'm sure you don't find it nearly as amusing as I do, but it just drives me up the wall. Like, you're just deliberately making it harder for no reason whatsoever. You're just causing yourself pain and suffering for no purpose. And also, you keep forgetting what the words are. Like, there's not that many words. This isn't that hard. I don't know what we're doing. Why is this not here? Is it this one? Huzzah. I'm like, why are we not finding that piece? Well, kids, as always, it is one of my Achilles heels is forgetting that I have pieces that are already put together and not checking them when I'm putting stuff when you're doing it this way. Like, I try to avoid it for that specific reason because I know out of sight, out of mind. I mean, technically it's right in front of your flipping face, but somehow that's still out of sight, out of mind for me. So I know I'm going to forget. I try not to just do it at all. Like, I just don't do that. That's my method for trying to avoid it. But obviously sometimes it's just, for that one, they have those pieces that don't have connectors on both sides. I'm sure they have a terminology for that. But I do those and then I forget about them. That's not what that word means. This one has to go in here somewhere. So there's this one and that one. Look, it's the Empire Strikes Back. And then we need to do the star. Oh, shit. Where's R? There we go. Wars. Nope. Yeah, some of them there's multiples. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. It's an A. Does not because I need to finish the W first. There's our problem. Nailed it. Saga. Continues. Oh, keepsakes. No. Wait. Oh. Can we spell continues? Clearly no. The answer was no. Huzzah. Woo! And then, let's see if we can't set this baby in here. The AR goes above the T. Okay. And then, this hot mess. Not entirely clean on this, but we're doing it. For obvious reasons, the black is going to be miserable. The black is much worse than it looks. I mean, not worse. It looks worse than it actually is. I said that backwards. I'm just not happy that there's so many of the same piece. There's so many of this one that connects that way. It's personal preference. I literally don't have any of the reverse. It's all one way all the time. Also, why am I picking up those pieces? Because I always do. Also, I can pretty much guarantee, fairly likely, that I mixed some of the outside pieces into the green. So, actually, technically, that one might go. Well, I've already thrown it and it'll go right onto those. That actually connects right there. Not bad. Some of the outside pieces are going to be missing. Move Vader out of the way, because that is Vader. Although, I think I could put it. But yeah, the things one does to oneself. But I still need to, obviously, put these in. I still need to do the black anyways, because the God, they're not lasers. Whatever the TIE fighters are shooting connects to the black. So the black needs to be done anyways, because it's all gonna bleed together. Red is technically down below on the bottom, because the green is up here. So that's not. Should have done this before I added all those extra pieces. You know what? Hindsight is always 20/20. At the time, it seemed like a good idea. Sassafras and Dorignat. But at least we got words together. Isn't that exciting? Are we all thrilled? I'm thrilled. Here's this one. As I throw pieces on the ground. I don't remember. I feel like I separated out the green and the red before I did the ships. So I will have to do those two first, and then I can do the ships. After I lay out the 7,000 outside pieces, oh my gosh. You know what the joke of this is? Oh, that's not true. I was thinking about it, like, wow, there's so many. It's because most of the outside pieces are dark. The lighter ones are only really on the bottom, or at least the bottom sides. Like, it goes, oh, look, I have one that's the other way. How exciting. Yay. Why is there 2 rows of that? Oh, it's because you put it on the wrong thing. That's why. Well, at least I'm consistently bad at it. Laying out the pieces. 47 years ago, we set out to lay out the outside pieces for this thing, because it really is taking forever. Forever. There's the second outside piece, and the second one of those. So, it's going to be a little fun. Oodles. I just don't know if I want to. I don't know. I'm actually thinking about how I'm going to lay it out once I get the pieces in there. I'm like, why don't you put them together and then you can look at it then? I know that this one obviously fits on the board because the board itself is made for 2,000 piece puzzles. That's not the issue. I just don't remember how much extra space there is. So this is the point where you'd be like, hey, maybe you could use those drawers. I probably should. But, you know, why would I do the smart thing here? Okay, isn't that fun? And then I need to put, I think I need to put this one here. Although, this might be a problem for later. Because I might want to get that. I'm all up in the place. Should I use this one? No. Eat. Okay. In the drawer, out of the way. And then I'll probably just break it and put it in later. You just dumping everything everywhere. I'm throwing it. Skills. Skills. That's slightly amusing. You're almost on hour 2 and you haven't even got. Oh, look, I used one of my 2 random pieces that are different than anybody else's. That's exciting. Haven't even gotten the outside pieces done and you've only done one section. Yeah, we're cruising. Cruising, I tell you. I'm being sarcastic, obviously, but it's, with bigger puzzles, honestly, it just takes longer to do and it takes up more space. Like, that really is your only difference. You just have more pieces for every section. Now, obviously, it depends on what your picture is, if that is true or not. But usually that is the case. It's just bigger. It's going to take longer, usually. I mean, it should have more pieces. But that is your difference between the big puzzle and the little one. The normal 1,000-piece puzzle is just the size. For whatever reason, looking at the puzzles that I had, when I looked at this one, this is the one I wanted to do. This one this is the one that hit, that I wanted, that I thought would be interesting. And I thought that would keep my attention. So that's why I'm doing this one. That's basically it. Like, there is no, that, and because I'm streaming it, I do try to choose something. Yes, this one is dark, but you can read it. You know what it is. Like, the one other puzzle I thought about, it's a puzzle that has circle puzzle in the middle, and then it has pieces around it that are to square it off, to make it not square, to rectangle it off. That doesn't sound right. But to make it in the traditional rectangle shape that a puzzle is in, when it has the middle of it as a circle, which I've had for many years. I got it when I was in high school, I think. It was one of those puzzles somewhere else was like, oh, this is super difficult. We couldn't get it together. Here, you put it together, and then I put it together in, it took a little bit longer on the first try because I had never done it. I don't think I'd done a circle puzzle before. But the thing about circle puzzles is that when I say circle, I mean, this one's a rectangle. Yeah, that one was a circle. I don't mean the 3D puzzles. I don't like 3D puzzles. I realize I do Legos on the stream, but that's not the same thing as a 3D puzzle. It is, but it isn't. It's not. It's not the same. Um, but yeah, it wasn't that hard. Once you figure out that the pieces are fairly distinctive themselves, the way they're cut, you know, it gives you an idea of which way they go on the puzzle. Makes it easier to separate out the different sized pieces and things like that to figure it out fairly quickly. Once you've discovered the code of how that works, it's not really a code, but it's just once you figure it out, the keys of how those pieces go together, then you're golden, and then it becomes so much easier. That one, I haven't done it in a long time, but I've done it enough that it started to. I feel like this is this one. Is it this one or this one? This way? Oh, I really think it might actually. I feel like that's too far apart for. Oh, for fuck's sakes, just keep putting them together. Stop thinking about it. You'll eventually run into the side. But yeah, once you figure out how it all works out, it's actually fairly easy to do. And it's kind of fun, to have that different shape that you're not used to. It's always fun the first time you do a new puzzle that's cut in a different way than your normal, just because you got to figure this out. The standard ones, you do it the way you do all your other standard puzzles. Yes, that's right. There's no, however that may be for each of you, which the puzzle I did last weekend, the 500 one, that I did in an hour and a half, I had made the comment that, hey, if you set all the pieces out, you could probably get it done quicker. And I was like, fine. Like the next night, I was like, I'm curious about this. I was thinking about it while I was working because that's how my mind works. And I was like, hey, that'll be fun to do. Because it's a fairly short puzzle, you can do that. I did not stream it because I literally just done it the night before. Like, I had honestly thought about it. What happens if you just stream the same puzzle every day? How annoyed would people be? That you just kept streaming doing the same puzzle over and over again? Like, how long can you do it before you just drive yourself nuts? Could you actually make yourself faster at it? Honestly, I don't think that's. I mean, you can at the beginning, but eventually you'll plateau. You'll hit your maximum speed where you have diminished returns. Like you can only improve yourself so much before you literally just can't go faster than you're already going. Unless maybe if you memorize the puzzle, which technically is possible, it's just not. I don't know. Like, I'm just gonna say my mind isn't as spry as it used to be. That's probably it. Just I don't see myself memorizing it like I did puzzles when I was younger. Because even then, it's not like it was 100% memorized. You could just tell. You didn't have to look at the box as much to figure out where the pieces went. You could just look at it yourself and be like, oh, this is for this section over here. It's in around this vicinity. You may not get it 100% exactly where it's supposed to be, but you're going to get close. And then you can just lay them all out, and then you have your generic pieces left over, and they'll fit everything in the end. But I did that with the 500-piece puzzle. But because I don't normally do it that way, I wasn't nearly as fast as I expected to be. But I don't know why I was delusional enough to think that I would be fairly fast. Just because that's not how I do stuff. And I found it super annoying for it to be that messy. As always, it's the messiness that it was like, I just don't like it. Because you're laying the pieces out all over the place, you've just got so much crap everywhere that, some of it may be connected, but a lot of it isn't, and it's just in the way. It's annoying. I wasn't keen. I ended up with basically the same time that I had when I organized stuff. Like, it would have been better had I just organized it like normal and then just set them out and ran through it, organized it, but wouldn't have organized it exactly the same as I did the first time. I would have organized it better, because obviously after you do the puzzle the first time, you know where the pieces go, you know where you messed up. Messed up is probably not the best word for it, but you know where you could have done it better, where you could have saved some time. Just like with anything, with your job, when you first start doing it, whatever it may be, it may take you longer to do it because you don't know, and then eventually you're like, hey, if you do it this way, this is the simpler, faster way to do things. Just do it this way, save yourself some time and effort, and then pain and suffering, and then move stuff over. Well, possible purpose in that there. Save yourself the time, but this thing, what is wrong? There we go. I was gonna say, I know I have some pieces obviously in the green, but I could swear, like, didn't I go through it? Didn't I go through it and separate them out? You just set it in there. When I was doing it earlier, sassafras and Dorignat, like this one. There we go. But yeah, this is the outside pieces. If ever there was a section you were like, well, this is worthless. I mean, sometimes outside pieces work well, but a lot of times, for efficiency's sake, to make me go faster, I'm like, this is just a waste of my time. Which is ridiculous. But it's entirely true to me to look at that way and be like, yeah, this is a waste. The amount of time I spent doing the outside pieces, I would prefer to skip it. It's weird to say, but yet again, somehow, even though it does help, in my head, I look at this and think this is a gigantic waste of time. It's like showing work when you do a math problem. Like, do we have to? Really? Haven't we done this dance? Oh, look, it connected. See? Huzzah! Woohoo! Nailed it. I went the other day because I was watching the shitty Lego stream that I had that wasn't streaming, but that didn't look good. I made the mistake to not immediately turn the volume off because I don't like listening to my own voice. So I got to listen to my voice, and it sounded exactly like my sister, and I was not amused. It's such a weird thing. I mean, obviously, I just have the shitty mic that's on the webcam that I have, but that's the amount of money I'm willing to invest on something that doesn't do anything besides for fun. Like, it's not really necessary to have a fancy mic. I mean, sure, having a slightly nicer camera that films better, but before I do that, it'd have to be worthwhile, number one. And number two, I need to have changed lighting first, because lighting is the first problem. Lighting is first. In the tier of annoying things that drive me bonkers, lighting is first, then the other nonsense. I guess that one's right. Where's the green one? Why do you ask this thing? You know where it is, honestly. Okay. The amount of time. Every once in a while I look at these, like, sometimes you need to go through, like, edit out all the videos. Not need to edit out, but go through them and have, like, a counter, like, how many times does your face go on the camera? How many times do you criticize yourself? Like, how many times are you saying stupid shit about how you're doing things wrong? Like, how many times, like, that little counter, you just ding it every time. Like, oh, look, you did this again. Shocker. Like, why are we doing this? What's wrong with you? I mean, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm a human being. But sassafras right now. Does this go here? Oh. Who knows? I mean, you watch too much social media and whatnot. When I say that in my head, like, who knows? Whenever I say that in my head, it's not in my voice. It's in Critical Drinker's voice, which I find super entertaining. Who knows? Every time, that's the voice in my head. Now, obviously, I can't say it the way he says it because I can't do voices, and that's not my. I can't. I just can't. I don't have those skills. Okay. It's always good to be honest with yourself and know what you can and cannot do. But I can't do the voice. But that's another one I watched right before this, him making fun of Ironheart. The amount of money they spend making trash boggles the mind. But poor Aaron Eckhart. I feel like, I don't know, I don't remember. The guy played Solo in a Star Wars story. Like, it's not his fault. Like, it's not that he didn't do it. The story wasn't great. That's what's wrong with that. You know, every time the actor gets saddled with something, I'm like, is it really their fault the story was a dumpster fire? Like, was he the worst actor ever? No, the story just wasn't that great. Like, it wasn't terrible. Stupid in parts, but sure. But nothing that he actually had any control over. And also, when it comes to an iconic character, I don't know how you can measure up to Harrison Ford. Like, that's not even. Like, it was obviously a cash grab. You could have done a better story. Like, I don't know why they didn't choose one of the book stories. Yet again, there was a whole extended universe. You know it actually exists, right? Like, they have actual stories. They had the prequel Han Solo stories from the, oh, look, that's where this piece is. You know what? Who's the idiot that put it there? I don't know. Who did it? Honestly, it was me. Honestly, it was me. Oopsie daisy. What is that one? I just don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to do this because I'm seriously tempted when I get done with this to do the black stuff first. But the problem is that the TIE fighters are in there. So I don't know if I want to split the TIE fighters out, do the TIE fighters, and then do the blackness, and then just shove it up. Shove it up. God, that sounds so wrong. Push it upwards. Because I just don't like having it all over the place. I mean, inevitably, you'll have the light parts in the picture that I'll have to reach across the whole entire board to get to. But that's always the case. That's not really a surprise. We all knew that was going to happen. I mean, I knew. You probably didn't care. You probably didn't know. Why would you know that? You haven't ever done this puzzle before. I mean, you might have done this puzzle before. I don't know. I say that like somebody who doesn't know me is going to watch this puzzle. Somebody out there is going to get this on the algorithm. Yet again, show me mercy. Subscribe. You don't have to even turn on the notification bell. That's fine. But also, if you want to subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and then when I'm on next time, you can come chit-chat. We can talk about something. Although the rules of the game is, I try to stay on. I'm not that good at it. I'm a hypocrite. I try to stay on positive topics. So if you want to talk about the movies or something that exciting, or if you have a fantasy genre that you enjoy that you want to talk about, and then tell me why I should watch it, read it, whatever, absolutely have at. Whatever it may be, whatever fantasy genre or any world, honestly, any world that you like, come and let me know. That's fine. Like, comment, subscribe. If you prefer a specific day, I live in the States, so I would prefer it to be a waking hour. One of the few things my job taught me. Apparently, who knew this was a thing, but there's some sort of statistic that if you stay up past 2 o'clock in the morning, you're more likely to self-delete. And I was like, I guess this is what happens. Nothing good happens at night. You need to be asleep at nighttime. I guess maybe if you work, the graveyard shift or whatever, there's nothing you can do about that. But you really need to not be awake during the day, during the nighttime. Like, you need to be in bed. Like, no good comes from thinking about shit in the middle of the night. That's basically what I got out of that. Like, no good comes from that. I say that, what time is it? It's 7:12 here right now. I'm on hour 2 of 74 for this. It's not 74 hours. It's going to be like 10 total. Will I do 10 tonight? Well, that's going to put me at 3 o'clock in the morning. No, I'm not going to do 10. I mean, it depends. If I get close, honestly, it all depends on when you burn out. I don't know when I'll burn out. I don't know. What am I, psychic? No, I don't know. But here, as I walk up the board, I'm all over the empire. All over the empire. But, you know, come in, hang out, talk about things that's not shitty. Happiness. Joy. Joy. But, yeah. That's the whole point of this. It's why I don't have clickbait on my things. I mean, I do. But it's not clickbait that really gets anybody to come in, obviously. But, you know, I don't like all that stuff. Like, I'm bombarded with it. It does get me from time to time. But I'm always disappointed in myself when I click on something that's clickbait. You're like, really? You failed. You failed again. Like that. You know, when you click on the clickbait, you get there, and it's not helpful in any way, shape, or form. Like, you know, they had that question, and you wanted that question answered, and you get on here, and you're like, well, I'm so glad I wasted my time. That went all the way underneath. Really? Underneath? Sassafras. You know, I wasted all my time. I clicked on this thing, and I learned absolutely nothing. And now I got to go back and look for it somewhere else. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, buddy. Thanks a lot. I may actually do sky, and then I gotta do this crap first. Sky next, then ships, then red, then ships. Because I don't really want to do the red right now because it's on the bottom and it's not really gonna help me very much. Like, the red should be fairly easy, barely inconvenience. So if I do it now, it's basically just in my way. It's just sitting there, chilling like a villain, wasting space. Yet again, to each his own. You do it the way you want to do it. This is the way I'm going to do it because it's the way I need to do it because it's the way my mind works. No matter how much it drives me crazy, this is the way my mind works. Although, where does that piece go? Is it over here? Oh. Patton, where is the... Remember earlier when I was like, you know, that piece is definitely going to be in here somewhere. Where is it? The outside pieces that I was missing? Like, is it still in my hand? You want to place dibs? You give it what? 10% chance it's actually going to be in my hand? I mean, I lowballed it, but still. Like, I don't... Shit. I don't have space. I know eventually. Like, I'm going all over the place. But the thing I always remind myself when I'm going all over the place is that, you know, once you start putting the pieces in, it'll whittle it back. Reason I make this so messy is because I know, you know, if I spread it out, what you're going to have to do is I'm going to be constantly pushing it back together again because that's the way I want it to be. So I do it the messy way to start with, so that way later on I don't have to push it back in together again. It will just come together. You know, you're just taking the crap that's out of the way and putting it back in. And that description of what I'm doing sounded stupid in my own ears. I can only imagine what it is to everybody else. I apologize. That was a terrible description of the plan. But that is my plan. And there are no flipping outside piece in this thing. Sassafras and Durignat. What the fuck is matter? Well, you know, I mean, I guess it's possible I just put it together wrong. I mean, I would never do such thing. Well, the good news is, because I had a new vacuum, I freshly vacuumed everything, so it was even cleaner than it was before. Not that it was super dirty before, but it rolled all the way underneath the table, and yet still came up fine. So, yay! I'm sure about that. So I go in them. There we go. Just trying to check to see how far it went on the puzzle when I leaned forward. Yay! Something to look forward to. So now we do. It's not blaster fire. It's typewriter fire, but I don't know what. I'm not Googling it. That's how dedicated I am. I don't know what the fire is called. If you know what the fire is called, what the blast, it's not blaster bolt. I don't know what it's called. I don't know. The green shooty thingies. Doing all those. That's not the way that goes. You know what I could have done when I laid this out? have them all going the same way. Choose your poison and flip them. You've done this dance. So I totally forgot. Obviously, the shooty thingy goes one way or the other. As I flip these around all over the place. We're not being consistent. Yet again, I am not being consistent in any way, shape, or form. That's fine. That's fine. It's the small things. I realized that I did this wrong, so now I gotta fix it. That's what I'm doing. Fixing my mistake, because it'll help me in the long run. Ish. Because if it's set up the way that it goes onto the board, I can eliminate some of the pieces that are in the wrong angle. Makes perfect sense. Not really, but you know what I meant. Now, I should have done it where it was a row of each, obviously, but I did not, and I am not dedicated enough to do so. So, dealer's choice, kids. Dealer's choice. I'm the one that set this up, so this is the way I'm going to do it, and this is the way it's going to work out. I mean, it's not going to work out, but it's going to work-ish. It's going to work-ish. But I'm slightly disappointed it didn't occur to me before. But, and again, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. It's annoying, sure. More for me than for you. But it's annoying, but it's not the end of the flipping world. Take a little bit of time, a couple minutes, flip your pieces in the correct position, and then keep it on. Which, as always, because I have those pieces that don't, when I forget about these, because I will, I'll be annoyed about that later. It's always good to know what's coming and still do it anyways. You're like, yeah, we predicted. We knew. Yeah, we did it anyways. No, that was right the right time, the first time. I'm going to call it blaster fire. I honestly don't know what it is. Okay. So because that one didn't work, we're just going to try a different one because what else to do? But because we flipped it right way, everything is in the correct direction. We'll see if that helps or not. As I keep going through it, I'm like, man, you're not finding anything. It's always said that, you would think that the pieces that have actual distinguish, I think that's right, the different color patterns on it, you're like, this will be much easier to do. And then you just watch me as I can't find a dang thing. You're like, what's going on? Like, how is this so hard? Like, I don't know. It just is. But we'll do this, and then we'll do the sky. How in the hell do we have more of this? When I separate out my pieces and lay them out, I do it by groups of 3, and I somehow didn't search it correctly, and I ended up with an extra one missing. That's why I was annoyed. I was like, how is this still here? I don't understand what happened. It's because the things are in such a weird position that I just didn't go over far enough. So I missed one. It happens. I mean, clearly it happens to me all the time. This is not news. Not news for anyone. Even this one, I haven't. It'll be fine. Like this one, I can't guarantee that I'll actually have. I did actually have it. because it was a little bit of the edge. It wasn't straight on. But as always, every time you put a piece in, that's one less piece you have to look through next time. So just keep whittling it down to a more manageable number and you'll be fine. That's me motivating myself. Like, it's okay. It feels like it's taking forever, but you know this is how this works. This is why, when you said earlier, this is only going to take this amount of time, I said it in my head. I like to point out that in my description, I did not claim how long this was going to take. Because it was originally lied to myself and said it only took 7 hours. I'm like, who's the delusional person now? Like, that is not even remotely close to correct. Like, if you do this in 10, I'd be shocked. Let's not be delusional here. Let's be a slightly more realistic on the craptastic number you came up with. Like, no, just no. Who came up with that shitty number? Is this because you did that 500-piece puzzle the other day in an hour and a half? Like, let's not be crazy. You know full well that's because that picture was so distinctive. You know, when you separated them out, you ended up with, we're doing this the wrong flipping way. Did we not just talk about this? Once you separated it out, you had so many different groupings that it made it, you know, when you separate it out, you kind of got to look at it. You know, all the ways I separated it out, that means that, you know, one section is only 500 pieces. So you just think that you have a couple different size puzzles that go together in the end. That's kind of the goal with how I separate things out. You know, instead of having this 2,000-piece puzzle, you've got, you know, 350 of black and, you know, 150 of this one, so on. It's not all, it's to make it more manageable. You know, taking that big project and making it smaller. Break it into chunks and then do them one at a time. It makes it easier and faster, at least for me, to do it that way than to just have that gigantic pile of puzzle pieces and doing them one at a time. I mean, not one at a time, doing them all together. To me, it's just breaking it down. Technically, you will have a 2,000-piece puzzle at the end, but you're not doing all 2,000 at once. If that makes sense. I'm happy for you. As always, when I get to the end of things, sometimes you're like, I don't know if that made sense to anyone. I've gone off the deep end, and I don't know where. I don't know if I stuck that landing, but oh well. I tried. Being eloquent is not something I'm. You know, the gift of storytelling and explaining things well is not something I have. I try, but the amount of times I try to explain something and when I get to the end, I'm confused. I'm like, well, this is great. Because now that I'm lost, I'm sure everybody else fully understands what's going on. No. I mean, I tried. I get a participation trophy for that, right? Sassafras. But slowly but surely, we will whittle this down into, I don't know if this one, like the other one, some of these, because they don't have a lot of green in them, on them is probably the correct word. I don't know if they'll actually turn up. Because it just depends on how well it turns out on the puzzle piece. Like, I don't know. Like, I can tell when it's together, but I don't know if I could tell it when it was apart that it actually had green on it. When I was that, and as always, when you're separating out pieces, especially me because I hate doing it, sassafras, you will eventually get annoyed. You know, you're like over it, like I don't want to do this anymore, and then you're not organizing it as well as you started. You can tell where you started organizing, where you ended organizing, because like towards the end, you're like, what the hell? Where is this at? Like, what are we doing wrong here? I say that with pride. No, I don't say that with pride. No. As I yet again go back to see if this one exists. No, I don't think it does. It'll be in the other one. Keep on, keep it on. I guess I could be happy to say that when I do this side, it's when I flipped all these pieces, I flipped them in the way that they sit on that side, not on this side. So why I chose to do the side that's in the wrong way, I don't know. Why? You know, that's just when I was organizing it. That's how I wanted to do it. So that's the way I did it. So I always marvel at how much trouble I put myself in. Like, you literally had the choice for all of this. You have the choice for all of this, and this is what you've chosen to do. And now you're bitching about it. You literally did this to yourself. I know. Sad surprise and derby neck, get off. Got myself done stuck. Huh. No. No. This piece must exist. Honestly. It cannot possibly not be here. It is too... It is green, for Pete's sakes. Not partially, barely green, but green. It's not the right piece. Not that one. I feel like that's the one you got stuck in last time. I'm just keeping it real. You literally just got stuck in that one. Now you're doing it again like it's going to magically fit now. No, it's not going to naturally fit. There. How's up? That's not how that goes. Well, the good news is that one's going to be in that space. Because it's the tip of the tie. Tie. Sassafras. Next. What was I trying to do? You know what? I think I was trying to match it up with the other piece. Hey. Moment of pride, kids. Moment of pride. There we go. Skills. I find it amusing. Like, I set all the pieces up so that I could, flip the piece the way they're all set up on the thing, and then set up on the table, and then go through them all and see if they fit or not. But the amount of times I'll pick up the piece to try to match it, and then I won't reorient the piece like the other pieces are on the board. So I'm still looking at it wrong. If you spend all that time to flip them all around to make it easier for yourself, and you're still not looking for it the way you made it easier for yourself, like you're not utilizing what you did. You're not actually using it correctly. But in a moment of pride, as I realized that neither of these are in the right spot, I actually did find that piece. That might go down as my proudest moment. Like, how far we are, 2 hours and 24 minutes into that. I'm like, this is what we've done. I'm so proud of you. I mean, sure. God, I somehow got the Lion King song stuck in my head. Oh, it's not good. It's not good. I just can't wait to be king. It's now singing in my head. So, I just climb the walls, kids. Climb the walls. In full original soundtrack form in my head. I mean, it's a great song. But I haven't heard it in forever. Oh my gosh. So, for my job the other day, it ended up coming up with Playing with the Big Boys now from Prince of Egypt. And I'm like, this is not good. You can't put a song in my head and then expect me to keep on task. Because my mind is automatically singing the entire song. I'm like, just stop. Like, you haven't listened to this song in forever. But you have. Two actors. It's Martin Sheen and who is the other? I don't know. The two actors that sang the song. Stuck in my head. Singing this song. Like, I know the full thing. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, it's not like you've been singing along because you couldn't sing worth shit, so that's not it. Like, what the shit, man? Stop it. Stop it. We've all been there. You're getting a song stuck in your head. But I guess I should be happy. It's things like that. You got to remind yourself. Some people may not be able to do that. Like, I didn't realize they don't do a good job of explaining how not everybody's mind works the same way. Like, there's some people that can't visualize things in their head, and some people that can. There's a whole bunch of different stuff. Like, some people's minds, they just don't work the same. And it makes it fairly interesting. Like, you just don't, it would helps me understand from time to time, like, hey, maybe they don't understand what you're saying because their mind just doesn't work the same as you, because there's just so many different ways of thought. That's it. Like, your brain doesn't work the same way theirs does. There's no wrong and right way, mind you. That's just the way it is. It explains so much because I like to logic things out. Like, why are people thinking this way? I don't understand what's going on. Like, they just don't see the world. Their brain doesn't work that way. They can't see those things. I remind myself, some people don't have an imagination. God knows how much that'd suck. It'd just be sad. Okay. Did we not already try this and I failed miserably? Well, yes, kids. Yes, we did. Why do I keep calling you kids? Well, why not? Will the person watching this be younger than me? Probably not. This is probably not. But that's what I'm going with. But yeah, but I got the song stuck out of my head. Don't come back. Don't come back. I just. There we go. Now, obviously, I'm doing this, and I know full flippin' well that not all the green shooty thingies, the bolts of whatever these are actually connected to the outside, which makes things so much better. No, it does not. It actually makes it much, much worse. I don't know. Okay, this goes this way. I was like, I don't really remember how this goes in there. I don't know. There we go. Sassafras. Please be dropped in a spot where it didn't blend in with the rest of the kids. Because if it blended in, I'm going to have to dig it back out again. But yes, bolts. Will we have the bolts done in 30 minutes? No. I mean, it's a goal to shoot for. Will I get the bolts done, the green ones, obviously, in 30 minutes? No. I mean, no. Hopefully, I could hope and dream, yes, but unfucking likely. Okay, so this one has one here, so maybe we can get this connection and do the one right above it. That'll be nice. Yet again, I was doing the standard. Okay, kids, where did it come from? Every time I do puzzles, you'll pick a piece up to try to find its friends, and you won't remember where you got it from. Like when you get done, if you did or did not find its home, if you did or did not find what goes next, like you'll get to the end and you're like, great, where's this go? Like even if it has this connector, I'm like, I don't know where I got this from. I don't know how I was supposed to get it back home again. Like I'm now confused. I had one once because I was streaming now. I actually rewound the stream and found where it went on the puzzle because I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, well, this is what we're doing. We're just gonna rewind it and figure out where it's at because I can't just son of a I can't just leave it that way. I guess we'll do this one then because this must be the next one, and then maybe this will let us know where the next one goes. I mean, geez, I don't know. Because it should be... Yeah, shit. Oh. Because I can see the green, so it has to go here. It needs to be on the edge. Ah, shit. Don't drive yourself, Betty. This is your last chance. There we go. That one. Like it must exist. It's not. It definitely does. Like I don't know why I don't have this one then, because this one should be. In the corner. There. Like we knew it existed. I just could not nail it. It's always a sad day. All this is organized and set up. Like I just cannot figure out where it goes. We'll just do this side. Since we'd be stuck again. Here, I'm gonna push this. Oh, you can't. I'm like, we need to push it over. Like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You remember how you had those pieces sitting on top, little kid? No pushing over. Because you're gonna run into other problems. Maybe later. Maybe later. But the good news is this should be in the same position as the pieces, so I don't have to keep flipping them around. Because I want to say it's spatial awareness, that's not it. But for whatever reason, my mind doesn't like it. It just doesn't like it. Having to flip something, the orientation around, like I have trouble with this when I do Legos. I have to consciously remember to orient the Legos in the same way as the picture, because flipping it around in my head and putting it in the right way isn't a thing my head likes to do. So you just don't. I mean, you can technically, but it's just faster to just flip the piece and do it that way, honestly. I do it the hard way when you can just do it this way instead. Now that I've already moved it over, it's all messed up now. Well done, kids. Well done. I'm currently talking about myself in the plural. That's a good sign. Good sign. This should exist. It is. It definitely does exist. It's not, it should exist. It does exist. There. Since I committed to doing this in 30 minutes, when hell freezes over, I would have done 30 minutes. Hopelessly optimistic. That's pretty much on point there. It can't possibly happen, especially when you keep getting pieces that should clearly be easy to find, but you still can't find it. This is not rocket science. Okay? It's just not. There, that one. I should be happy that every piece you put in, as I say a bazillion times, gets you one piece closer. That's not in the right order to getting the puzzle done. No shit. On this beautiful day, I like to point out the window is open, the fresh air isn't moldy and disgusting. It's very nice. It's not too cold, although I bet you at some point it's gonna get cold. Because I'm cold-blooded, it's gonna get too cold. But shit. Reorient and start over. Huzzah. I don't think this piece is going to exist. Because it looks like it's the end of the laser shooter thingy. The bolt of whatever. The shooty thing that I feel like shouldn't have any bolt at all in reality. But neither here nor there. Science fiction. It's not supposed to make sense. I haven't watched anything since the last time I streamed, so there's nothing new to review. I mean, I've watched some stuff, but there's nothing new. I'm not watching any shows. I haven't found anything. Like, there's nothing on streaming worth watching. I did not finish Banshee, like I predicted. I did not finish it. I got to season 2. I think I did actually make it farther than I'd ever been before. But, you know, to binge through a show, you really got to be into it. And honestly, it's so violent. There's nothing wrong with violence per se. But you got to be in the mood for it. I don't think mood's the correct word for it either. But, you know what I mean? You have to be willing to put up with it. And I wasn't really keen. So that was kind of a bummer. But it's not a bad show. Just, you know, as always. But I did cancel my subscription before I had to pay for it. So that was the plan. You know, get the one key if you do a free trial is to make sure that you get it done before you get burned. That's always the key to it. So I went to bed the night before I canceled, and I was like, oh shit. So before I fell asleep, I logged onto my computer, canceled it. Which I find it so amusing. So I canceled it, and they're like, hey, you can keep watching it until, you know, the subscription's done. I'm like, well, then if I'd known that, I would have canceled it the second I got it, and then I never would have thought about it. So I guess that would be my recommendation. If ever you get a free trial of something, you should see if you immediately cancel it, if you could still watch it till the end of the free trial and then it's done, or if it makes you cancel it, you know, and then ends it right away. Like, see which way it's allowed you to do it. Because that way, if you can cancel it right away, you don't have to worry about later forgetting. But yeah, it wasn't a great free trial. But as long as I didn't pay for it, it's not the end of the world. not having good content. Well, that's their own problem. You know, that it's slightly amusing. Cinemax had movies on it that were on Tubi, and Tubi is free. Like, why in the hell would you pay for it on Cinemax when you can watch it on Tubi for free? Because it had a whole bunch of the DC movies on it, and all the DC movies are on Tubi. I don't want to watch. I've seen most of them, honestly, but I don't want to watch the other ones either. I'm like, I don't care. I mean, I guess they had some of the based on the comics ones, like the cartoon version, like the cartoons of it, but I could care less. So, yet again, worthless for me. Worthless. I don't know why anyone, besides having a free subscription to it, would have it or pay for it. Unless they literally just forgot it existed and then they're paying for something they never use. Which happens all the time. Go, check your subscriptions, see what you're paying for. It's important. Save yourself. You need to check it every once in a while. Because we all subscribe to something, and then later on, you'll be like, yeah, no, I didn't really. I gotta push it over even though I shouldn't. That's gonna drive me nuts later. So, looks like there's a little bit of space on this side. That much. Because now everything is crooked. It's fine, you'll survive. I will not survive. Exasperate right now. Well, it's more motivation to get it done faster. It's not correct. But that's the lie we're telling ourselves at this point in time. But yeah, go check, see what you're subscribed to. See what you're paying money for that you never use. Cancel it immediately. Save yourself the money. Or do a rotation. You know, this month we're watching all of these shows, and then next month we're watching all of these, and then we'll just flip it around. Just toggle between them. You're like, nah, I don't watch this crap. Because, you know, honestly, most any streaming service now, nobody has anything, at least in my eyes, worth having a standard all the time subscription. You know, it's better to just have it on for a little bit, turn it off, turn it on again, binge all your shows, turn it off again. All this to move everything over. Don't even. We knew it was coming. Okay. Oh, because I can't find it here. I'm going to do this one. For whatever reason, like that one's not. It should exist. It should be in one of the ones that I actually did separate out. I just can't find it. So we'll go to the next one, see if that'll fix your problem. Yeah. Which, at this point, the only thing I'm subscribed to is Amazon Prime, which I'm thinking about canceling that just because it's coming up soon. And also, like, what's the point? Are you actually saving the amount of money that you're spending on your subscription when you're ordering from there? Or could you just shop better and get it, you know, from somewhere else? Just a question. See, this one definitely exists. It's not. It's fine. Walk it off. Walk it off. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this thing. Oh, maybe it's this one. Huzzah! Oh, for Pete's sakes. How is this even a thing? It's green, for Pete's sakes. It has to exist. Going too fast? What are they doing wrong here? There we go. And they're in the wrong position. How dare you do such a thing? I keep forgetting that when I tap my foot on the floor, it makes the camera shake. I'm sorry. I do it all the time. I'm a fidgeter, okay? That's how I roll. It's not intentional. I realized it a while ago, and yet I still always, I forget. Because it's one of those things you do without thinking about it. You don't even, I mean, you do it. I can hear my foot tapping on the floor, obviously, but it's not intentional. I'm sorry. I just fighting me the whole way. Great. Googling, Googling. What are we doing here? Well, I guess what we'll do then, as I bump the whole entire table. Oh, the thing has been, I don't know if I shifted it or not by bumping it. Who knows? If I did, I apologize. If I didn't, no need for apology. Wrong flip away. I'm not sure if this one is. I can't tell if it's the end or not. Like, it looks like it's the last part of the bolt. Like it's the end. Yeah, it's the end. Which, it'll have to be on this side because, well, no, that's not true. It could be the other way. With my luck, it's going to be on this side because that'll be fun to try to pick it up and put it back in the spot. Sure. It's going to go together brilliantly. I can feel it now. I mean, technically, if there was something distinctive about it, I might be able to figure out where it goes. But right now, not entirely certain where it goes. I mean, how does this green bolt distinguish itself in any way from all the other green bolts? Doesn't. It does not in any way do so. Besides me getting stuck again. Shit. Almost a fun thing when you start like this one. Like you look at it and like, yeah, if you wanted to do this puzzle, you should have started it, at 2 or whatever. Like you should have started it a while ago. You shouldn't have started it this late at night. But 'tis what it is. That's the one I was feeling at the time, so that's the one I did. Because if you're gonna do a jigsaw puzzle, you gotta want to actually put it together. Because if you don't want to, it's not gonna be fun at all for anyone. And that's just gonna make it drag even worse than it already is. Sassafras and Dirignet. Like, why do I keep getting stuck? I guess I separated it out by. I'm not missing any green because that's all going to be red because I caught it every time. I say that. It'd be funny if I found some green in the red section. Yes. Am I going to check? No. No, I am not. Because even if there's a little bit in there, it shouldn't be. There we go. It shouldn't be a huge amount. If this goes in here, it has to go this way. Hanging at me now. It's not right. Oh shit. Which way is that supposed to go? This way or this way? Like I need to remember, like, hey, is that supposed to be in this one? No. Do not lose your peeps. This could be bad. Don't do it. I just. As I grab a piece we've already tried and failed on. What could possibly go wrong? Well, kids, the reason is it needs to connect with other ones. Like if they'll all run into each other and that thing, I need this one to hit so I can get the others. Son of a. That's slightly amusing. Then this one, there's another one right here. This is the TIE Fighter, so it ends around here. So this is the end of this one. Let's see if we can't dig this out. There's that one. The end of that one. And this one. Nope. But I still feel like right here there should be another one that goes down. Look, that does not fit, right? No. I was going to say, if that actually did fit, I would find that hilarious. But it does not. I did find it, so I wasn't wrong. I just need to find my end or start. No, it's the end, not the start. Sassafras and Dorica. Here we go. It's all our ducks. Discussing who knows what. Oh, come the fuck on. How is this not? Did I do this wrong? Let's do it this way. Even though there is no. Huh? There is nothing on it. There we go. I don't know what we did wrong, but that's fine. That's fine. As long as we get it in the end, I don't honestly care. Yeah. I made some progress on that one. Did I get it done in 30 minutes? Hell no. Who's surprised? No one. No one at all. I mean, oh my gosh. How could you possibly? Nailed it. Okay, so we've got these. So this one, and this one are done. These three are done. And then right beneath it here is this one. But I don't know if it'll actually connect to something or not. We will see if it connects to anything. Nope. That's fine. That's fine. Then on this side, 1, 2. See, this one goes all the way in. So this drives me nuts because this should be much farther than it is. I don't know why it got stuck, but it goes into the ship. It goes into the TIE fighter. Sassafras. I don't know. Like, it must be, I guess, a thing. But then there's this one. This goes pretty far back, too. So that should also have a bunch of stuff that's missing. Oh, there we go. That's that one. That makes me slightly happier. I mean, still annoyed, but oh my gosh, really? Why being so difficult? You're gonna go in one way or the other. Don't fight it. This is one of the first 2,000 piece puzzles I've ever had. I was curious to expand out. Like, I obviously, the table that I'm doing this on, not the the actual table. I bought it specifically because it could hold a 2,000 piece puzzle on it. I wanted to be able to do it on it. Although it's not the wisest decision I've ever made because of the way that it's made is not the bestest. The corners aren't squared. I mean, they're not curved, but they're not whatever. They're just not perfect. So if you push that puzzle, you can push it off the side. Not that I've ever done such a thing, but for a 2,000 piece puzzle, it makes it a little bit more. You have to hit it. You got to do it exactly on. Like, don't shift it around once you get it set, because you can't go anywhere. You're kind of stuck. You know, hindsight's 2020. Somebody messed up on that one. I can't imagine who that was. It never occurred to me, honestly. As always, sometimes you think about some things and sometimes you don't. Like, obviously, I measured it, but it didn't occur to me that there would be that difference. Why would it not? But I was just looking at my favorite store, which is IKEA, and I found a table that fit, and that's what I got. And then how that works for me is I'm very much this is the table you chose. This is what you're stuck with. It is what it is. So no take backsies is basically what we're going with on that one. No take backsies. So, whether or not you regret some of your decision, like, you can't take that shit back. Like, this is what you chose. This is what you're dealing with. Make do. I mean, I still like the puzzle. I not the board. I like the board. I like the table. That's fine. It's just one of those you just did not think it entirely through. It happens. Mistakes are made in life. But, I bought this one, when you're doing bigger puzzles, they obviously cost more money. So I wanted to make sure it was something I wanted to stare at and I wanted to put together. And it does have, like, when I opened the box, I was looking at the pictures of the other puzzles. I mean, there are other options that are just as big as this one. I just didn't care for them as much as this one. Not that I love this one entirely, but compared to the others, this one is much better for me. And since I bought it myself, if I'm buying it, it better be something I'm going to want to do it numerous times. Because I want to get my money's worth. Maybe they had somebody on the stream who doesn't do the puzzle more than once. Which boggles the mind, but I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Some people may not want to do it more than once. That's fine. To me, I'd be like, what? I assume that's just the cheapness in me. Like, I want to get my money's worth. If you buy something like that Dyson, which vacuum, which is expensive as I'll get out. But, however much it costs, I assume it'll last me many years. So if it lasts 10 years, I know that's a long time. I just chose 10 because it's easier to divide. Then that means it costs $19 a year for the vacuum. That's how my mind works. You want to separate out and, like, is it worthwhile? Like, sure, it's fine. It's probably why when I look at clothes, the margins are much small. Like, like, it's got to be dirt cheap. My goal for a t-shirt is like $5, pants are 10. Like, that's basically what we're going with. Because, they might not last very long. You might not like them. Whatever it may be, that's on the higher end. And even then, I'm more likely, I'm the person that finds one thing they like, buys every color known to man, and then just wears the same thing all the time. I'm very adventurous in my style. Sure. Which I had a lot about it because I'm doing a Star Wars puzzle. I could have done Star Wars clothes. I mean, I did that on May the 4th. I had my Star Wars clothes on. Sorry. I'm not doing that now. It's too hot. We ain't wearing no layers. Too hot. How's that good? I mean, it's not super hot today. Actually, it does have a nice breeze, but no. Earlier, I think it was raining yesterday, so I closed the window. And now that it's warm again, I feel like this one's over here. And then that means that here goes to here. There should be another. I don't know why I'm trying to do this way. This is a terrible idea. Can we all just, you heard me say it, this is a terrible idea, don't do this. And now I'm doing it anyways. But it should be fairly close. Nope. And then this one, well, unless those two are connected, wouldn't that be funny? But I don't think so. Yeah, I spend far too much time thinking about how much things cost, whatever. I mean, it's good to think about it, but at some point you're like, okay, you just need to make a decision and move on. Now you're just wasting time. Either buy it or don't. I don't care which. Do one of them. If you buy it, put it in your budget, move on. If you don't buy it, then just keep on keeping on. I don't care. This one goes here. The one above it goes here. I don't know if it's close enough to. I feel like it should connect. Well. Photos are fun. But I guess if it was really gung ho, I'd go through the black and pull the sky out. I really want to, but a part of me is like, hey, I'm gonna need you to wait a little bit. Just wait a little bit. See if we can't get some of this crap in there together. Whittle it down a little bit, and then you're allowed to go into the next section. You're too gung ho to move on. You need to spend a little bit more time getting as many of those pieces together before you watch this shit. Put it in together. And sons of bitches. This is here. This one's here. So they are close, but they're not connected. Ain't that a kicker? You know, it's slightly amusing. Did you just throw those in there together? I don't understand. I mean, I do understand. It's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. All that persnickety, it has to be there, and it was there the whole time. Technically, I'm going to point out, I was actually correct. That was in the right spot the whole time. And I just didn't realize it. So, win some, lose some. Probably not the correct term for that. I feel like it's not. But yeah, I need to whittle these down. Get these together at least. I need to put them together before I move on to the black, the sky. Because although it would be nice, the problem with the sky is that I separated out the TIE fighters and the things together. Like, I don't know if maybe I should try to get the TIE fighters out of that nonsense and then move on. That might actually be true. I might need to get the TIE fighters out of the ATs and the Superstar Destroyers and then move on to Black Sky. This probably is true. If I can find the TIE fighters. The TIE fighters are fairly distinctive. It's not that difficult, honestly. I say that. I feel like I just jinxed myself in a way that I just can't even fathom. That's generally how I feel on that one. Like, I feel like you just doomed yourself. Doomed. I realized I just looked at this piece, but I really want it to be here, so I'm hoping on the second-ish try, there we go, it'll magically appear out of the aether. And yes, I meant aether, not ether. Usually, at some point, you can kind of tell which side they go on by the angle, but it's been a while, okay? I can't distinguish it as well as I used to be able to on how this goes in here. Like, I know there's a rhyme or reason to this nonsense, but I'm not entirely certain what that rhyme or reason is. I don't think that's right. It looks right. Is it just bent? Okay, it's just bent. Well, that's kind of sad. I guess there is some wear and tear in the pieces. They're loosening up, or it really doesn't go in the right spot. I'm trying to put together something that doesn't go there. You know what? Toss it. Oh, we're going to find out. Soon enough, it's going to tell us where we messed up or not. I mean, I have complete faith in my ability. I mean, yeah, I did try. It's all I can do. But we are whittling it down. Okay, where is that from? I think it's over there. This side. I'm waiting to see if one of my neighbors will turn on their AC unit, turns on, and that thing sounds like it is dying a slow and agonizing death. Sounds old, decrepit. It's quite amusing to listen to. Like, it's not mine. I haven't actually turned my AC on yet this year, so although it has been hot, it hasn't been super hot yet. Obviously, it's the beginning of the summer. We haven't made it there yet. It has its advantages, you know. I got my electric bill for the month. It was quite low compared to the winter when you got the heat on and whatnot. That's always expensive. I mean, obviously, I'm going to turn it on if it's miserable. So it's not like I never use it, but I usually just hope that it'll cool off enough at night. I could just leave the windows open, and that'll cool it off to survive the day. Whether or not that works, well, sometimes yes, sometimes no. It's the humidity. It sucks. Well, this is miserable. Where does this come from? I still like this one's on this side too. Oh, this one's here. Okay. This one is here. In that general vicinity. That's slightly amusing. Like you couldn't find it earlier when you were trying to look for it, but now all of a sudden, kabam. Well, these will be for down below. This is for the Superstar Destroyers. That I know. So that's not even going to be... That's just going to sit there, honestly. Or it's going to go up even higher because it's just in the way. Because that's not going to go in for a little bit. I'm going to try to get as much of the top done as I possibly can before moving down, just because it is in the way. It's purely personal preference, as I've said numerous times before, which at this point also I need to be worried. I need to remind myself, when it comes to the stuff on the bottom, it does actually hit the sides, but I don't think I got them when I separated it out. If it's the sides bottoms, I don't think I separated. I only separated out the black. I didn't separate out the blue, so it might not be here. So you could be looking for nothing. I mean, not nothing, but something that you didn't separate out with these. If that's a limitation of what I've done, it happens. I just, as always, certain things, like I don't want them. I don't want them. Although it's kind of ridiculous that I'm not finding any of these, because I separated out all the green. I thought I just didn't separate out the top. Not the top. The side. I just thought I didn't get the side, but I'm running into the problem where I'm not even finding the crap that's not the side. I don't know what we're doing here, honestly. But if we can't, that's these. Get some of this, these bitches. So weird. So weird. Because this one should exist too. But I don't have it. Unless I missed it. No. No. That's not to question madness. How in the name of the gods? How are we missing all these things? What the prawn is mana? What the... Who knows? What's up? Oh, I got the end of the line. That's exciting. Let's see if we can't wander back. I feel like this goes here. Does it go here? Yeah, yes it does. And then that piece is going to be in this nonsense. Ain't that exciting? No. Maybe a little bit. No. Crap is, I don't know if there's a better way. I mean, there probably is a better way. I just don't know what that would be. You know? Because if you do the black part first, then you got all this crap in there. Or do you put them all together? Do you have them all sitting next to each other? Like, how much of a mess do you want it to be? How much in the way do you want it to be? You know? Like, I guess it just depends on however you like to do it. As I always say, you know, if you're the one putting it together, you get to put pieces however the fuck you want. I don't care. But for me, it just drives me nuts. Although clearly I did get a few pieces together. Huzzah. It's kind of nice. Shit. Gets me closer to my goal of, I would assume, doing the TIE Fighters next. Although it's a hard, probably should do the TIE Fighter next and then do whatever's next to it. Because there's two big TIE Fighters right here. Although, one could argue, you could probably do the, I have too much time on my hand. Clearly, the tediousness of it is just putting these pieces in. My mind is just like, should I do it this way? Should I do it that way? No, no one. You do it however your heart desires. When you get to that section, that's when you're going to get to choose. It's finally the moment. It's not right now. Finally the moment. But when that time comes, you choose, and then you go. We're going to see if we can't get as much of this crap in there as I possibly can. I mean, as much of these wonderful pieces in before we get stuck again. Because this should be right here. But it's not. It might actually be done though. Because there's just more green down here too. But somehow I didn't end up with that when I separated out the pieces. So I don't know. Man, I don't know which side this is on. Like, I wonder if this is. I don't know. Or I'm missing something. No. I know that this. I know that it fits. So that's not the problem. I know that it will. It's not going to come off the side of the thing, off the side of the board. I was thinking about it, and I was like, what happens if it doesn't fit? And I'm like, no, it fits. Because I have those pieces that didn't go anywhere, and I don't know where. I mean, I know they go somewhere. I just don't know where the hell they're going. But I was trying to debate, you know, if they went up top. But I don't think so. I vote no. No. Well, I finally got that one in. That's exciting. It's still not too bad, purely because of the way I'm doing it. I'm doing it so messily. Yeah, I think that's a word. It sounds stupid, so it's probably English. Today, what was the word I was trying to spell? And it was driving me up the wall. Oh, it was picnicking. And picnicking has a K in it. And I was like, why is there a K in it? Like, is a K really necessary? Like, you could just. Really? I really did not like the K in picnicking. Like, because I obviously originally spelled it. Where did this come from, kids? I obviously originally spelled it without the K. And they're like, no, you need to put the K in there. Like, why? Straight up, why? Like, I kind of understand, but also, why? No. Just straight up, no. I don't want to. Shit. I don't like it. I don't want it. I pass. Pass. But yeah, it drove me up the wall a little bit today. I was not amused. You know, sometimes when autocorrect does it for you. Well, I've had it before where it autocorrected the word, and I'm like, yeah, that's not actually correct. Mine was the correct way. How the technology can't spell better than me, like it usually does, obviously. But that one, I was like, no, you were actually wrong. I googled it, got searched it up out of whatever I was typing into, and got it, and I was like, yeah, I was right. Like, I don't know what the hell you're doing. Like, although it might just be a difference in, certain things are spelled certain ways in certain places. So it might just be a regional thing. Like, it could go both ways. It's the English language. They're pretty stupid that way. It could be both. They drive me bonkers on a regular basis. This doesn't even have any green. Oh, it does have green on it. Barely. Barely. That's a ghost of green right there. That way. This must exist. How about that one? Well, ain't that the kicker? Okay. I mean, that. I saw something. I think it was today. What the hell I was watching? They were talking about how having spell check is detriment to learning, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. If you're not required to figure it out on your own, if somebody always gives you the answer, why would you ever learn anything? Like, you're not going to learn anything from it. You're not going to learn anything at all. Because you're just regurgitating what somebody else told you. You don't know the correct answer. It's bad. It's bad indeed. Okay. Do we have this one? No. Didn't we already try this one? Yes. I feel like we tried this one too, and I came up bust on both sides. Which it's this one. Huzzah! Which I might have found. So I say huzzah all the time. It's because I have this weird thing. If I binge watch a show or watch a show a lot, sometimes I'll absorb words that are in them and then just use them all the time, like it's just stuck in my system. So that's from a random TV show I never even finished. Like, I didn't even binge watch the show, but it takes place partially in a Ren fair, where every time a person buys a mead at the Ren fair, they say huzzah for the tipper. So every time I say that, I hear the line from the TV show in my head exactly as they say it. I obviously do not say it the way they say it because I just hear it that way. I can't do voices, okay? Can't. That is not a skill I have. It's just one of the. It's in my head. It's far more entertaining for me than it is for you, sadly. And it's not like I would wish upon you that you'd be able to listen to what I think in my head. That would just be ridiculously bad. I wouldn't want that. Who would actually want to listen to somebody else's thoughts? I don't even want to know. I don't want to know anyone's thoughts ever. It's not that they would be, inappropriate. I just don't want to know. I don't know much. Not that much. Absolutely not. That is not a superpower we desire. Okay. Which way are we gonna go? Gonna go black? Or are we gonna go? This goes in here somewhere. I need to just set this. Are we gonna go black? Or are we gonna go for sassafras right now? I think I'm gonna go black and do the TIE Fighter after. Because the TIE Fighter is just gonna be in my way. So we will Set these up in the middle. And then cross bridge when we get to it. As we tie them up. Technically, I honestly should have just flipped this up into it. Not flipped this up into it, taken it off entirely. When I get mad at myself for not taking this off entirely, we all saw this coming. Like, we all straight up saw this coming. Oh, look, it's an outside piece. Shocker. Because technically, the problem we're going to have with this one is that there will be, that's not black piece. That's not black piece. This will only have the black pieces. Oh, let's put this. Solid black. So the ones that are sky. Shit, that's not the correct way to put that. So the ones that are trying to think of the best way to say this. Have any of the other pieces that aren't solid black, but have something else on them, those are in here, not in here. So I will be able to do the outside edge, but I won't be able to do the inside, which is a problem. But this is the choices that we make. Like you organize things out, and then later on you're like, okay, I should have done it this way. But alas, so mote it be. Like we're going. And then the ones I'm putting back don't have any stars in them. So I really want to keep them, but I don't want to waste the space. So I'm just separating them out by what they are and putting them back. And by what they are, I mean, obviously the different styles of pieces. And that way, when I go and get them later, they will be ready to go and just set on the board. Because they have a time and space that they will be used. Oh, shit. I just dropped a piece on the floor. And you need to see. It shouldn't be. I'm pretty sure. Oh, gosh. I keep starting things and ending things. There is no. It's sky is up here, and then mid-black is down here, and then it fades to blue. Not fades to blue. It lightens to blue. I feel like that's not the correct word, but you know what I meant? Because it starts with black stars, then it goes to black, and then it goes to blue, and it lightens to a lighter shade of snowy blue at some point. So it goes from one to the other. I just need to separate out of these, because we'll do this one, and then I need to decide which one I want to do. Because the problem with what I chose, the error that I made, I think I'm going to do this. The error that I made is that I'm going to regret our decisions later. I mixed the TIE Fighter in with the ATSD. Choices were made. It's not the wisest decision, but it's the decision we chose. And now we must live with it. And I need to pick that piece up off the floor at some point. Are we going to remember to pick it up off the floor? No. Nobody will remember to pick up the floor. That, I don't know why I'm doing it this so small when I know full well it's not going to fit. Although, right now, I'm not finding a whole bunch of pieces. So hopefully this won't be nearly as bad as I think it's going to be, where I start to run out of room. Just saying. But, you know, in actuality, I should have had much smaller sections. You know, stars should have been a section. But I guess at least it's smaller than before. Like, I don't have to go through everything again. I just need to go through this section and set them out. And then go through the next section and set them out. And be done with them. But we will see. I'm leaving those out because I don't want to deal with them. Where did it go?
Yeah.
Okay. So those pieces are going everywhere. Small things. But it should make it slightly better in some ways to do it this way than the other way. Shrugging my shoulders in my mind because I can't do it because I got all the. If I shrug my shoulders with all these pieces and I drop them on the floor, I'll pick them up, but I will be annoyed. But we will see how far we can get. It's not really being a fast-moving puzzle at this point. We're all gravely disappointed. Not really. I mean, I could hope to be faster, but 'tis what it is. What's done is done. Don't tap your feet, balloon. It's not amusing that I have all this blue that is somehow mixed in with black, but I also have another section of blue besides this one because there's two. There's this pile, and then there's the in between. Oh, that's not stars. This does. The in between, and then the lighter blue. So I've got a bunch of different sections left. It's very odd to me, but it is what it is. There's that one. One more pile after this one. Honestly, should you have done 2 rows? Well, yes. Yes, I should have. Did you? No. No, I didn't. But yeah, back to my favorite part of doing the puzzles. It's just laying out the pieces. It's just not my favorite part. I really don't like it. But it is what it is. We'll throw those down there because they're in my way. Where did that one go? All because I want to do top to bottom. But you got to remember that I need to start outside and go inside because once you get closer to the middle, you have the machine that Vader sits in is in the middle. So because it has the different groups that go together, they'll come up on the sides, and that'll be a problem. Having black on black is going to be a problem also, but that's a problem for a later day. And by later date, I mean, 5 seconds from now when I start putting this crap together. Oh, look, there's green. I'm so glad I missed that before. Kids. But at least when I do the black the next time, it'll all be separated out, and I could just pick it up, set it in that section at least. But I'll have done this one and that one. Although, I don't know. I might do this one and then that one. Even though it's a little bit wonky, don't pick up those pieces, honestly. Like, I want to pick them up. Like, no. You have to do the ones in your hand first and then do those. We've been over this numerous times. You're causing yourself nothing but pain and suffering. Yeah. Because now we're running into the same problem we did last time. We're like, and we're bumping it over and under. Over it? Well, tis the small things. Oops-a-daisy. Oh well. At least I'm running across a little bit of the ones that aren't for here. Shit. How about leaned right off my chair? It would have been a catastrophe. I bruised easily. I definitely would have been bruised. I would have been annoyed. We would have been done. This stream would cease to exist would be my answer. Okay. Because I would take it off. That one. Finally got all. Perfect world, I'd have these done by 4:30. Not by 4:30, I mean 4 hours, 30 minutes in. So that gives me 45 minutes from now to do all this black. Because it looks like a lot, but I don't think it's nearly as much as I think it looks like. Because I got the crap in the middle that's black and blaze. Make it look bigger than it is. I mean, it looks like a hot mess, honestly. But that goes over there. Once I start throwing them in, we will see. Because, you know, how long I think it's going to take and how long it actually takes. Clearly, I'm not good at judging it. Even though I've done this puzzle numerous times, I don't know why. When I'm on camera, I can't do it as good. So I'm off. Because when I'm off, I'm not nearly as strict as when I'm on. So who knows? Don't ask such questions. That's the wrong one. Just keep on, keep it on. Shit. There's that one. Get some water before we start. Okie doke. Too close? Okay. Get some. Now, one would assume, by the way that's shaped, it should be that one, honestly. No, neither. Great. Even better. Even better. Sign. Oh, wait. Is it this one? Huh. Slightly amusing. Although I guess I can safely say I was correct in saying that that piece had to have been separated out because it was too damn distinctive. I was correct. And yet still completely failed, which is slightly amusing. Like I didn't notice that when I stopped doing it, that piece was there and that it clearly went to that one spot. After I'd bitched about it and tried to find it for a while. Usually, if it's a troublesome piece that I've been looking for, if I randomly run across it when I'm checking the other ones, I'll clock it. Like there's the one I've been looking for forever. But for whatever reason this time I did not clock it. Man, we're about to have so much fun. Because that one didn't it. I don't know if I should just try the other side or what are we doing today? I almost did that incorrectly. Forgot how much I hate it. When the pieces are on top of other pieces. To distinguish them out. I don't know why it would really matter all that much. But I feel like they blend in a little bit, maybe? I think they get absorbed by the other puzzle pieces, and that makes them harder for me to see. I don't know. There you go. I just gotta see if I have any other ones that have the green in them. See if we can't lay those in somewhere before I just keep going around looking at those. There we go. Weird. Oh. Keep on keeping on. And as always, every piece that I get in is one last piece I gotta look for later. Back in the part where I get immersed in the puzzle. Leave dead air. This dead air is bad. I just just so excited. No, I'm so riveted and looking at black pieces and trying to put them together. Although every piece I get in, I was whittle it down. What are the birds doing over there? Having a big ass conversation over there. Talking about something. Yeah. And I gotta look forward to the time when I get rid of these one pieces because they're not. It's the four-sided one that has, you know, the same side, the male connector on all four sides. For whatever reason, every time I look at that, I'm like, man, I do not want to go through and check this one. Because you just keep twirling it, and like, nah, let's go that way, let's go that way. Oh, miserable. And yet still, I got nothing in the end. Nothing. The joy of it is, I just don't want to do the one I'm doing now because it can be any of them, you know? Like, I'm trying to choose the ones, although, yeah, I'm trying to choose the ones that are a little bit more distinctive, a little bit harder to find. Not find, but well, I feel like I already did this one and I couldn't find it then, and now here I am doing it again, like a loon. Why you bother? Trying all the sides because it's one that has can be any of them. Here I am skipping ones thinking maybe it'll have green on it. No, it won't have green on it. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, that's kind of a hot mess. But if I could just get one in this section, it would whittle me down where you'd have three sides of the piece, which would significantly narrow down your options. There we go. And that helped me out. Although that's only good for that one. Shit. So, I don't know why I didn't realize I didn't have that one either. Shit. Not fun. Don't do that again. Do it this side, that side. Try the other way. See if this one will do it while the other one didn't. Because I have three sides for this one, so it should be here. And that's nonsense. But for whatever reason, I got a wee bit of trouble. Look, that's green. Huzzah. It's exciting stuff. Oh, there's some green. All that bitching. Like, it must exist. Yes, it did. You looked directly at it. Did you find it? No. No, I didn't find it before. But at least I proved right that if I'm looking for something before and I couldn't find it, I'll keep it in the back of my mind. And if I run across another piece that matches that thing, it's like, oh, there we go. Although technically I didn't know it to that one. But I'm taking it. Taking it. Okay. So this one, I'm going to do these first because at least I know this one easier. Before we go into the shit show that is the four-sided mail thing, I want to do these first. Because I'd be annoyed if I went all the way around on that thing and it turned out to be on these anyways. Noodles are fun. Noodles. How about that one? Does that fit? No. You tried. That works great. That works great. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do these. Before we keep going, we're going to need to pair these together to see if any of these go in the slots that we're missing. I mean, that would never happen. We could never be so lucky. Shit. No. Oh, here's one. Does this fit any of them? No. Good times had by all. But this is, here. Oh, shit. Oh, how about this one? There we go. I was hoping at least one of these things would be this one, so I could stop looking for it. Is that not a hope and dream? I'm like, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. It must exist. It just doesn't want to go in easy. One at a time. Check every side. Patience is a virtue. We clearly do not have today. I just. Nope. And this one goes in here somewhere. It is slightly amusing that both of these are kind of stuck. Like, you couldn't do either of them. Like, how is this a thing? Like, one of you should be able to figure this out. There we go. One of you should fit. I don't give a shit which one, but one of you is going to fit in there. It's going to work. Okay. And then this will determine which side is the shit show that I'm never going to be able to figure out. I mean, which side's the fun one that's really giving me nothing but pain and suffering. Oh, look. What's up? Which means that this one is not actually one of the shitty ones. I just can't seem to finagle it out. There we go. As I cram it in there. It fits-ish, right? Nope. More like, wait. Nope. No, it does not. I mean, I shoved it in there. It worked. I mean, it was stuck. I had to rip it apart to get it back out again. It's, I tried. I failed. We came. We saw. We lost. We moved on. Up. Moving on to the next section. I guess I could try it over here instead of just doing this side. Clearly, I have a whole other side we can do. I couldn't figure out how it went in there. I'm like, yet again, what is your feeling? I don't know. Visualizing how it goes in the spot? How is that something you're missing? Huzzah. I'm going to go this side. Because why? Because I said so. That, and I feel like maybe if I can get some of these done on this side. On the left side, I'll have more room. We'll whittle down these to slot them in on the right side because I'm running out of room on the right side. That's the currently story I'm going with because it works. Nope. Well, I guess we could do that one. Not even remotely close, kiddo. Not even close. As always, my prediction comes true. No. Although I did go all up in the camera. Nailed it. It's only a matter of time. Just get a starting section. This would be great. Start. I feel like that's not correct. I mean, it fits-ish, but not in a way that I'd be confident to say is actually correct. I'm just saying. That's not true. It's not. That's not exactly what we're going for. But that's exciting. And again, the piece must exist. It must. Someone's having fun. I don't know if I'd zoom in that specific spot. It's not really the safest place to do it in, but okay. I mean, geez. On the curve, not the wisest decision. Whatever. Especially with a blind turnout. Someone turns out in front of you, not realizing you're coming. I mean, you zoomed, but you know, they still might not be able to hear you. They got to clobber into you. You're dying. A little splat. Just saying. Is it terrible? Sure, but also, actions have consequences. Ta. I think it's safe to say it may not be going in as fast as I wish it to go, but it is going in, and the pieces are whittling, which is all I can hope for. And then, I guess just we'll see how well I separated this out. How many of these black pieces go in? Because honestly, if it's remotely right, it should be all. It should be most. Oh shit! I was checking the wrong one. Although that begs the question: did I check the wrong one for the other one too? Shit. Sassafras and direct man. No harm, no foul. I don't know if I did the other one wrong as well, but it doesn't entirely matter because I still didn't miss it. So, although I just realized this piece is probably here somewhere. Woohoo! Ain't that exciting? Why I tap it? Because I do. It's me being proud of the fact that it actually fit in there. Also slightly checking to make sure it actually fits in there. It's both. Not that I would ever put one in the wrong spot. See, what, 5-10 minutes ago? I don't remember how long ago it was. I put the piece in the wrong spot. I mean, it happens. But sometimes you just can't tell. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you can't. Yeah. And I'm just looking forward to the point with this piece that I'm trying to check right now, where each one of the different styles goes into its own row, and then that row starts to disappear. That's what I'm looking forward to. That'll make me happy. Because then you'll really be whittling. I mean, it's getting close. They're going together right now. But when you get to that point, you know, it's not messy anymore. It's all clean. That's what I want. I want the cleanliness, the order. I want it to make sense. I mean, I'd prefer it if I wouldn't have to keep checking the same section over and over again. That would be slightly nicer. But, you know, the confidence that it's probably there, I put probably on there, it should be there. You know, it's all a matter of finding it, you know, going slow and methodical and figuring it out. In a timely manner. Sassafras. Check to see if this is. Should have known. Always and forever. Although I need to make sure after this one, I can't go any farther than that. Well, no, I can go all the way up to the Star Wars thing. Because at some point up there, I'm going to run into the other crap. Because in a perfect world, I'd have this one. I did not separate that correctly. It's a bummer for me. Quite sad about that one. I'm disappointed in myself. Because that clearly has pieces from the top. And I should have been able to recognize that one. Well, that's slightly amusing. What are the odds that that was actually sitting there the whole time right next to it? And I just didn't see it. Try to remind myself, because of the way the lighting is and whatnot, to do it this way. To block everything. Although it doesn't really matter. With my hand over the thing, it's going to be shadow either way. But hello, visitor. Here at this chill stream putting this never-ending puzzle together. Clearly, this 2,000-piece puzzle, I've accomplished many things. As I go through the black pieces, the sky. Well, not sky, it's space. Honestly, nailed it. It's space. This awesome Star Wars puzzle. It's going to be a long time. But if you want to hang out, chat, tell me what's your favorite. I mean, it could be your favorite Star Wars movie or your favorite, series, world. So whatever movie series that or book series that you enjoyed the world, where you read, all the books that were available or whatever, you got into it, what you liked about it. We can discuss it, or you can sell it to me. I mean, we can discuss it if I've seen it before. Obviously, I've seen Star Wars, but or you can tell me what's great about it, and I should go read it, watch it, whatever it may be. As I do this awesome, awesome puzzle. I mean, it is a good puzzle. I feel like my voice didn't give off how well. I do actually like it. It's just, I'm at the beginning part. I say the beginning. I'm 4 hours in. The beginning part of the puzzle where you just doing the tedious parts. I mean, at least the perk of this one, the end really is the best part. The bottom is the easiest part. I'm just not doing it because it's in my way. It's, I don't like the messiness of it. Beep. Making a mess. As I'm stuck in this one side. I will find a piece over here. It's the last thing I do. Because even though I'm not finding them, it should be separated out correctly. Because I went through. Well, should you try that one again, or should you just... Fine. I went through and separated all these out, so... This puzzle for my favorite of all the Star Wars movies, if I had to choose, honestly. Although I went on and on about the EU at the beginning, and I never did say what my favorite EU book was. And my answer is I don't really remember. I mean, I liked Heir to the Empire. If I would choose, what people would probably vote for, I think people would probably vote for Shadows of the Empire. Shadows of the Empire takes place in between. It takes place in between Empire and Return of the Jedi. So it introduces a character that's kind of the replacement for Han, that is Dash Rendar. And then it's all about them trying to figure out where Han is and come up with a plan to save him. And I don't remember if Dash Rendar knew Han Solo or not. I don't remember. But it's a great book. It's the one, when I got rid of my whole entire Star Wars book collection, as always, my motivation for cleaning, I'll watch a couple episodes of Hoarders, and then when I'm done watching a couple episodes of Hoarders, then it's time to clean. So I watched that, and then I was like, okay, it's time to get rid of some stuff. And I went through, and because I wasn't reading them, and they were just taking up space, and there's a lot of them. I used to have a great deal of books. But then at some point, I was like, hey, if you're not going to read them, why are you keeping them? Like, what purpose does it serve? You're not a collector. It's not, like, why bother? So I went through and got rid of my whole entire Star Wars collection. But besides Shadows of the Empire, I should really reread that book. That sounds like a great plan. That's happening in my future. I'm rereading Shadows of the Empire. But at the end of the book, he dies. Well, he suspectedly dies. Like, you don't know for certain if he's dead, which I'm pretty sure what they did, that's not for that one. When they had the special editions, they put Dash Rendar's ship in Star Wars. So at Tatooine, one of the ships that they added, CGI, in the special editions, is his ship, leaving Tatooine when Luke and Obi-Wan show up at Mos Eisley. That's right. I try to remember all these things. Look, I love the Star Wars universe. I really was into it. But when I went off, when I said absolutely not and walked, I never went back. So because I never went back, it's been so long since I've read those books. Like, I love them. It's like this point at this point, like, hey, you could have gone back and read the whole series again, and it would almost be, because it's been long enough, and I don't remember it enough, it would almost be like you're reading it for the first time. Because I just don't remember. I don't know. Like, I know I loved parts of it. I mean, there was obviously, with all things, because they had different authors all the time, some are obviously better than others. Whether it be their writing style or just the story itself. But that was a good one. That they couldn't really make it into a movie because it's like you would have to recast. Oh, crap, wrong way. All the characters. Like, they've all aged out, But it really did a great job of filling in links between the two movies of how they ended up at Tatooine in the beginning of, it ends. Like, you see Leia get her outfit that she wears at Jabba's palace. Not the bikini, the other one. The bounty hunter outfit. She gets that in the book. You get all those things. And then I feel like Dash Rendar hit on Leia. But the amount of guys that she went through in those books, I mean, she didn't go through them. But, the number of guys that wanted her as a love interest. Because I feel like not only did Dash Rendar, I feel like the villain in that book, too. I can't remember what alien race they were. Because I feel like they weren't in any of the other ones. But they wanted her for that, too. And then they also had Courtship of Princess Leia. That one was another one where she had another man. Man, everybody wanted her, but she ended up with Han. Which, I feel like she got married at the end of Courtship of Princess Leia. Where they went to the planet that I'm pretty sure, if you ever saw Ahsoka, the TV show that's on Disney Plus, the witches in Ahsoka are the Dathomir, are the evil version of the Dathomir witches from the Courtship of Princess Leia, which I didn't like the way they were portrayed either. We had to take a book character, and that's not what those girls were. I mean, you're allowed to come up with how you want them to be, but I didn't see them that way. I mean, there was evil ones and good ones. But if you were going to bring those ladies in, I'm pretty sure, I didn't see it in all entirety, but of what I saw, you should have had them writing the wrong Rancors because they were writing the Rancors in the book. Like, those were their pets. They were some badass witches. Which I was almost thought they had the Force-sensitive creatures there too, but I don't think so, because that's from Heir to the Empire when they had the pirates, and Mara Jade worked for them, and then she ended up getting together with Luke. They eventually got married. That took some doing, but she was the hand of the Emperor, and then, man, there's so many characters. She was hand of the Emperor. She was mad. She wanted revenge for Luke killing the Emperor, and then eventually they ended up getting together after a while. I don't remember. But she was obviously a Jedi, too. She was kick-ass until she got killed by Jason. But that took some doing. Yeah, there's a whole big world. There's so much lore to that. I do still kind of wish, when you really love some characters, but you don't want others, this will eventually come to pass. but some sort of app or whatnot, where you were like, these are the characters I want, and these are the characters I don't want. Probably more, these are the characters I don't want. And then you could put that into the app, and then it would automatically just only show you scenes and whatnot for those characters. Like, that's all I want. If this person shows up, I want them to be in it. If this person is in it and none of the characters I care about are in it, I don't want to see them. I don't care what happens to you. I don't even need a synopsis of what your story is. I could care less. You are not a part of the story for me, which is a terrible thing to say, but it's kind of me. But that way, especially if you're going to rewatch the show and you just want to watch your favorite characters, you just you want the highlight reel of your favorite characters. So you want to just go through and watch all their scenes together, but you don't want to have to fast forward through all the other trash that you don't care about on the second go. Because I really do like to rewatch my shows, but sometimes you just want to watch it for certain characters. There was a show I watched, this Korean TV show. It was called Atypical Family. It is not a good show. It's fine. But the problem with it is the characters that I liked most were the side couple, and it was the teenage love story, because it was flippin' adorable, and the actors knocked it out of the park. The two kids did a great job. It was an age-appropriate, adorable. The chemistry between them, the awkwardness, the whole shebang, like they nailed it. Nailed it. And I would just love to go through and watch all their scenes. Now, honestly, if somebody clipped it and put it on YouTube, YouTube is going to copyright strike it and burn it. So you can't do it that way. And I don't want to go through the whole entire show just to get to those scenes with those characters in it. Like, that's ridiculous. Because they were just side characters. I mean, technically the girl was the daughter of the main character of the show. So she was in it, but still, to go through to get to her scene, she did a great job. She has a bright, bright future if she wishes to have it in the acting. If she wants to be an actor for a long time, which they had pictures of them, those two, the couple, the kids, they had apparently acted before. So you got to see them when they were little kids. I'm like, oh, those little child children. Like, they're just adorable. Their characters are good. The male actor, he's been acting since he was little. He has played the younger version of nearly every single big name actor in Korea. At some point or another, and because of all the different shows, when you have the flashbacks, when there were younger versions of the characters, he has played nearly every single character, and he stole the show. He played, I don't know if they have it available anywhere, he played the younger version of Park Seo-joon in What Happened to Secretary Kim, and he just eclipsed Park Seo-joon so much in his acting. Like, he just nailed it. It was amazing. He only had maybe 10 minutes of screen time in the whole entire series. But he had one episode where they had flashbacks and whatnot, and you got to see him, and he did such a good job. It was a super emotional, super dramatic scene. That flashback to that traumatic moment when he was a kid. And he would have been maybe 10 at the time. Maybe. He nailed it. Nailed it. But I would have loved to have the ability to just go back, watch Atypical Family just for them, because that's what you loved about it, and that was it. Like, the amount of shows where I was like, I don't care about any of you people, you all sucked. Like, the main story was not good. I mean, well, with that one, it wasn't terrible. I'm mixing that together with another show that had a side couple that were really enjoyable. In Korean TV shows, if you've never watched one, they will have your main couple and your side couple. Why they do, I don't know, to make it last longer, I don't know. They always do, though. There's always two couples. Well, within reason. Usually there's two couples. And they always know each other. But it's never a good sign when the side couple eclipses the main couple. Like the only time I've had it where the side couple was technically better, but I still liked both, and I still like it, is one of my favorite shows of all time, which is Wild Romance. But usually, if the side couple is that good, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. But man, I need to rewatch Wild Romance. Unfortunately, the streaming service that I watched that had that show, I don't pay for that one anymore. So, sassafras. Why do I not have this one either? Because you're sudden but inevitable betrayal. I just. But yeah. To go through. In books, it'd be worse. Because if you read a book and you have that one section that you really liked, I guess if you bookmarked it and then went back to your favorite scenes between all your. But who has the time to. I do. It's fairly rare that you'll have a show where the whole entire thing is worth rewatching it from the beginning. You know, you're going to have your bits and pieces that you like, but there's also going to be stuff that you can't stand. And I just. Well, that, and usually at this point, whatever streaming service I have, they'll have commercials. So by the time you fast forward, get to the stuff you want to watch, and then keep going, the amount of commercials you have. Although technically, I guess the streaming service I used to have, I feel like there is a free version. Like I might actually be able to watch it. My show is old enough, I would assume it would be free. Because nobody wants to watch it with me. I mean, somebody might want to watch it. It's a timeless classic for me. It's a timeless classic for me. But other people might not like it as much as I do. I don't know. I enjoyed it immensely. Wild Romance came out in. I'm going to go on a limb and say 2010 ish. I don't know. It came out yesterday. I don't think I watched it when it was on TV. Well, no, I feel like it had to have come out earlier than that. I don't know. But it's one of those shows. It's always fun when you have a show that when you go back, even if it's years later, it still works. Like the technology might have changed, but the story itself is fine. Like the jokes still land. The story is still relevant. It's a great enemies to lovers storyline. You know, they hated each other at the beginning to the point where they had an actual physical fight. A guy and a girl had an actual physical fight. Man, people today, if they were to see such a show as that, they'd be so. It would not. It wouldn't fly. How dare a man and woman fight and then end up together as a couple? Like, it's not that they were abusive against each other. You know, it wasn't domestic violence. It was violence. That makes it better. But for the storyline, man, technically enemies to lovers, that is what it is. So yeah, they were enemies. And they really did not like each other when they first met. And then they eventually, over the course of time, grew to like each other-ish. I have to say ish. I mean, obviously they did get together in the end, but I enjoyed it immensely. I've obviously seen it numerous times. I don't know how many. Many. I've seen it many times. I don't know why I can't find anything. So suck. But I find it amusing. It's like, oh, I'll get this done in this amount of time. No, you won't. You ain't going nowhere, child. You're going to be here forever. I think the problem with this puzzle is every time I do it, I'm like, oh, this will be super easy, barely any inconvenience. I'm like, nah. You got to be here till the end of flipping time. End of flipping time. I should see, well, no. I was like, hey, maybe I'll put on an Asian show in the background. I'm like, you cannot. stream, talk, and read subtitles at the same time. You cannot speak another language, so it's not like you can listen to it. If it's in English, it's definitely going to get copyright struck. But any Korean TV show, because it's the only one I could be able to watch, maybe, and talk at the same time, they are super, they love to copyright strike people, so no. Although I have seen lots of more reaction videos to Korean TV shows, so I wonder if they're becoming a little bit more lax on it to try to get more views, or people do it for a little while and then they come through and they have a massive strike, and they just go through and hit everybody at once, whack-a-mole that baby, like ding 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 done. But that's good. Which, if I was gonna rate one show that I say has a great world in it, that is sci-fi-ish, that, it's a world that I'd be curious to immerse myself in, but I didn't do so. Like, I looked it up at the very least. I wanted to know what happens. I went to Wikipedia and I got the answer for me. But that's the Korean TV show Moving that came out. I think it came out last year, if not the year before. It's on Hulu, Disney Plus, and it's the story about people with superpowers. So there's your supernatural fantasy, whatever element to it. But it's based on a webtoon that is from an author who's fairly popular and has numerous other webtoons that have been adapted into anime, TV shows, movies, so on and so forth. And he's very good at writing humans. Humans having human problems, dealing with it. It's all about morality and tough choices, right and wrong, and different phases of life and things. And he's very good at it. He did a great job. He wrote the shows, so every episode was written by him. So he had creative control. We've seen from One Piece, which is also another great series, that if the creator keeps control and makes sure that they don't mess it up, it can actually end up a fairly good show. If they leave it to Hollywood to make something, they tend to destroy it. But also, because the production was all Korean, even though it was one of the most expensive Korean shows of all time, because it cost $65 million to make, which is huge for a Korean TV show. It's because of all the special effects. They have superpowers. Even though it was huge, very expensive to make, it's still, I feel like this is where things went wrong. It's a great show. Like, the story lands, you can see where all the money went. I feel like they have restrictions on how much you're allowed to spend as far as budget goes on actors and things like that. Like, they have restrictions on those things. So you can't just spend whatever you want to spend on it. You have to... That is right. So where's this come from? Oh, this is going to be a catastrophe. You know what? Just wing it. So the money wasn't on the actors, whereas usually if you get an American TV show, the amount of money they spend on the actors and then on the other bullshit that they put on top of that, blows your budget out of the water. But this one, the $65 million went to the special effects, went to the practical effects in making, into doing all those superpowers and having a fully fleshed out story with well-developed characters that were relatable and that you cared about, which is something that's super important, especially nowadays with TV shows and movies. They literally just make stuff that you don't legitimately care what happens to those characters, and they're not likable. If you don't like a character, you're not going to care what happens to them. If they're genuinely a terrible human being, Why would you care with no redeeming qualities that does not grow as an individual? It's fine if they're horrible at the beginning and they grow into a decent person. If they learn from their mistakes and do better, fine. But if you don't learn and grow, nobody's going to care whether you live or die. And if nobody cares whether you live or die, then why are we here? I gotta check this. I gotta see where everything went wrong. Is this where I go wrong? How, no. How about this one? We're like, how does this work? You know what? I don't know. Oh, look. There we go. And then this one goes here. See? It would eventually fix itself. Although, there does lend the question, where the hell is that piece at? Says restaurant. But I really enjoyed it. I don't know how they're going to do because they did actually renew it for season 2. They did not make it planning on season 2. Like, obviously, the webtoon that's based off of there was in season, technically it's season 3, because moving is season 2. It's complicated. But they didn't make it counting on making another season after that. And you can, so they made sure all those character storylines were closed up and done. Like, you didn't stretch things out. And, yeah, everything was well-developed characters, and I loved it. It was interesting. It's a weird format. One could almost argue, because of the way the format is, it's kind of like 3 seasons of the show. First season, episode 1 through 7 is the setup. You're going to get to know the world. You're going to meet some of the players. You're not going to really know what's going on. Like, there's some sort of conspiracy. The parents did something back in the day. The parents are on the run trying to hide their kids who also have superpowers, but you don't know who they're running from, who the person is going around killing people with superpowers, why they're there. Like, there's a whole bunch of questions you're asking yourself, 1 through 7. And then, huge dramatic moment in episode 7, and then we kick off and go back into the past for 8 through 14. 8 through 14 is, meeting the parents, getting to know them, figuring out what happened, who's chasing them, who the villains are, answering questions. So 8 through 14, you're getting the backstory, they're fleshing out the characters. The show really spent a lot of time helping you get to know each person. Nearly every single main character gets flashback backstory episode. Like, obviously 8 through 14 is in the past, but you're getting to meet all the different people that you've had questions about in 1 through 7, all the older generation. You're going to meet the kids too, some of them. It depends. But, you're getting to meet them, you're getting to understand, you're answering questions, and then they meet at the end of episode 14. Your backstory is set. You know what's going on. And then episode 15 through 20 is final battle. Because 15 through 20 is all one day. So you from the moment of, it starts exactly where episode 7 stopped. And then we go to the end of the line. Like, everything's been set up. We know what's going on. They still have backstory because you still have questions after 14. But I try not to say too much. Just in case anybody who ever watches this, you need to watch the show. I don't want to give anything away. But knowing the disclaimer about Final Battle is basically to say, hey, if you're going to watch this show, you might want to make sure that when you get to 15 through 20, that you can just watch them all together. Because one blends into the other. Like, every single episode is going to be a cliffhanger until the end. So you might want to be ready to just watch them all together. And to remember that when they released the show, they released 1 through 7 together on the first day. Which is weird, but it makes sense. Because it's depending on who you are, The cast, the adult cast especially, is very well known. And they're a huge draw, especially in Korea, for the show. And they don't, a lot of the first 7 episodes, if they're in modern times, deals with the kids. Like, there's nothing wrong with the kids. But you came there, like, the actor I came for was not one of the kids, it was one of the adults. So, when you walk in, like, this is what we're waiting for. Like, when is he showing up? He is in the first 7 episodes, but, not as much as when you get into 8 through 14. So, everybody's waiting, all those set questions. It is a great show. I would argue, even if you spread out, they did a good job of hooking you and getting you into the world. I guess the only drawback for the next season that comes after it, because I read the wiki, that's wiki, not Vicky. Viki is the streaming platform I watched an Asian TV show that I was on. So in the world that Moving is set in, the first show was actually first super-powered show that takes place in that world is actually called Timing, which, who knows? I can only imagine. What superpowers do the people have in the show in the webtoon called Timing? I would have had something to do with time. They don't have any of those characters in Moving, although that's true for the webtoon as well. They merged the two together in season 3. So what happened, which will be season 2 of the live stream. So for the live action version. So the problem with that is you introduced those people in the webtoon, but you didn't introduce them in the TV show. Like they had one cameo of one of the Timing people in the show. That was just for the people who read the webtoon so that they could have something they enjoyed. A little bit of a nod, hey, look who's here, kind of thing. And then that's it. So how you're going to incorporate them in for everybody that's not seen, that's not read the webtoon, and also, that's not correct, sassafras, who's not read the webtoon and then they adapted the webtoon into an anime. So I guess you had the chance, you could watch the anime. I don't know if they'll release that, put that on Hulu Plus. I don't know if they did or not. So that way you could get those set up. Or they're just not going to do it at all. Like they're just not. I'm sure that because it's still going to be written by the same person who wrote the original writer, that it'll be fine. But you just don't know. I don't know how that'll work out. I have faith because he had such well-developed characters. It's a good show with the great actors. When they tell you something happens in season 1, in episodes 1 through 7, like something's going to happen. You already knew about it. And when it goes down, it still hits hard. Like it still destroys you, even though you already knew it. Like this isn't a surprise. It's still heart-wrenching and destroying. It'll still rip you apart every time. Like it's one of those, because I like reaction videos on YouTube, that one. If I see somebody watching that show, I will go to that episode to watch them react to that. Because you're just not prepared for what comes. Dang it, Black Parrot, what is wrong with this thing? As I yell at them. I just can't find any pieces. How am I stuck on this? This shouldn't be this bad. It amazes me at how well they did on something that's not a surprise. Like it all works together. Everything links. They really did a great job. They'll set stuff up. So it's one of those shows you want to rewatch it again. Because on the second viewing, you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff. You're like, oh, I did not realize you'd set all this up. Like all these different characters, the things they say, the things they do, they matter. There is no throwaway stuff. Like it means something. It's going to come back later. Everything is intentional. Like, it's been so long. It is a 20 episode show, but it's an ensemble cast. You can have a shit ton of characters. There is a lot of story to tell, and they use everything. It's not like the show is too long and they dragged it out. Like, no, everything has a purpose. Everything. There's a reason why it's so long. It's because they are willing to spend the time on the characters, and you get to know them. They earn it. Versus a lot of television shows nowadays, they don't earn. They're like, well, it's the main character, so you're supposed to care. I'm like, no, you need to earn that shit. You need to make me care. You can't just count on the fact, well, they're the main character, you're going to like them. Like, that's not how that works. You need to earn certain things, and they earn everything. You get to know, like, they actually have in the show a strong female lead who is an actual strong female lead that you like, that you understand, that you empathize with, and you root for. And she does have superpowers. And you spend the whole show waiting for that moment for her to, turn it on and get shit done. And you have that moment, and you're like, wow, man, she's about to do some damage, and she does. It's really enjoyable. Really enjoyable. You keep waiting. Like, let's see. She's supposed to be this highly trained professional. Like, let's see that highly trained professional do her job. And she does it. And you're like, well, yep. Yep. I believe she was top in her class. You are correct. Absolutely. It's super enjoyable. I highly recommend, if you have the time, to watch the 20 episodes of Moving. You'll enjoy it. Yes, it is in subtitles. If you don't speak Korean. So you will have to read. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. To me, it's second. I guess some people don't like it as much as I do. I mean, I guess, you know what? It's on Hulu. It's entirely possible that you could get it dubbed. I hate dubbing. I do not like it at all. That's one of the many reasons why. I probably rate Chinese shows worse than other shows, purely because of the dubbing alone. I do not speak Mandarin. That's correct. Or Cantonese, but almost all, I would say all the shows. The mainland shows, they're going to be Mandarin. But I still want to hear them speaking. I want their voice speaking those lines while I'm reading whatever they're saying. I don't want every single one to be dubbed by the same person. You all sound the same. You're driving me nuts. I have actually watched 2 Chinese shows back to back with the same voice actress who was voicing the female lead. Like, that is not the same actress, but that is the same voice. Was not amused. Like, I don't know how I can say that I actually can tell that it's the same voice, but in my defense, it might not have actually been. I think another problem with Chinese shows, they have a specific accent that they desire all shows to have. Like, that's a prerequisite type thing. I don't know how that works. But for whatever reason, there's a specific dialect that they prefer that all of them are supposed to have. So you can't have the regional accents that one would expect, especially from such, China's gigantic. Like, you should have regional accents for every single section. That's pretty much given. But they want them all to sound the same. It drives me up the wall. Up the flipping wall. Does this go here? No. No, it doesn't. I want that distinctive separate voice, even if I can't understand it. But Hulu shows that I've run across do actually have English dubbing, so you should be fine if you don't want to read it and you want to just listen to other people talking. But I feel like to get the full feel of it, you really need to be able to read it. To just go through. To me, after you watch it for a little bit, you'll forget you're reading, honestly. But I don't know. I'm not every person. Every person's not me. Somebody might not like it. But it's probably the best of the newest shows that I've seen in a long time. That I can think of off the top of my head that was distinctive, that stood out. I mean, I wasn't entirely surprised that it was so good, purely because of the actors that are in it, that are all highly known, well-trained, experienced actors that have done other dramatic shows before this. The actor that I watched the show for, Zoen Sung. Now, yet again, I do not speak Korean. I did not pronounce that correctly. That is my guess. Also, sometimes they have different spellings for their names. Like, I don't know if it's just because that's how it's the way it's pronounced in English is different than, I don't know. Don't answer. But him, he's widely known for his dramatic roles, being a great actor. And one of the shows he's most known for is a melodrama. But I want to say Where the Wind Blows, but I'm not entirely sure that's it. Something along that lines. But I look at that show every time and I was like, nah, I don't think I can handle it. He's too good of an actor. And I feel like he dies at the end. I'm like, these two things. I'm like, I don't really want to watch him die. Like, it's supposed to be a really good show. The classic melodrama nonsense. But I don't want to watch him die. I don't want to do it. So I will not be watching that go down. Which is slightly amusing. But yeah. Oh, I took the risk with moving because his character is the one that you don't really know. He's missing at the beginning, presumed dead. You're like, oh shit. The odds, when it comes to Korean shows, if you've never watched one before, the reason I never watched Squid Game is I looked at that and I was like, man, everybody would be dying in that show. I could just look at it and I'm like, nope, death. Any character I might like is definitely going to die in that show. Like, just straight, like, I could just look at it and like, nah, pass. I don't want to, like, you're allowed to do so, that's fine. Like, but when it comes to Korean drama, they be killing everybody. Everybody be dying. Like, they're pretty merciless when it comes to that, so. Death, and destruction. I watched a show once that was like a weekday drama, like soap opera, whatnot, where it was just all drama all the time, just craziness upon craziness. Like, I can't remember. So, like, the girl's father cheats on her mother and leaves her mother for this lady because this lady seduces him. She's an actress. She's a vapid, stuck-up actress who, she wanted the man, so she went and got him. She didn't care if she stole her friend's husband and then her friend's life went to shit. She didn't care. But, he abandoned his daughter and his wife and went off with this lady and married her, left his wife destitute. And wife ended up being in a tragic accident and ended up blind. Like, it was a melodrama, okay? Like, melodramatic is where we're going here, okay? It's all craziness all the time. So she decides on revenge. So the best revenge she can get is not for herself, it's for the crazy lady's daughter, which I don't remember if the daughter is her half-sibling or not. I feel like it is. I feel like it's her half-sister. So she wants to get revenge by breaking her half-sister's heart by seducing the man that her half-sister likes. So this is the plan. So she knowingly deliberately seduces her half-sister's fiance, so that he breaks up with her and goes with his lady. He breaks up with his fiance to go with her. At some point, she realizes, oh yeah, we've gone off the deep end. We need to have not done this. Like, this is a terrible idea. Like, why would you do this? So she's, eventually they find out, what she did. The husband's all like, I love you. At this point, I feel like she'd had a kid. So she's all drama. So she feels like she needs to leave. So she runs off with his kid. Well, I think she leaves her kid. She runs off. Ends up she's pregnant with her second kid. And then she ends up dying at the end. It's a hot mess. It's a straight up hot mess. But it's all drama all the time. I was not expecting. I think I skipped to the end because I was like, there's just too much nonsense. Like, we need to be a little bit more realistic. I mean, I realize it's a melodrama. They don't really do realism. But just, at some point, you're like, this is just so stupid. Like, he likes you anyways. You could have overcome this had you just had the balls to stay there. I mean, yes, I know she's a girl. She doesn't have balls. But whatever. You know what I meant. Like, could you just stop, dealt with the consequences and stayed with them? But instead you abandoned your child and ran off while pregnant with another one and got yourself killed. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, nobody is happy at the end. I mean, her sister never really loved the man she was marrying anyways. She was just a spoiled, selfish brat that got whatever she wanted. I mean, she was devastated for a hot second, but it's not like she didn't get together with somebody else. Like, their marriage wasn't a good idea to begin with. Like, I realize you shouldn't be seducing him. That was stupid too. But it's not like they were a fated, meant to be couple. It was a hot mess all around. Just the whole thing. I don't generally watch melodramas for this nonsense. I used to try to watch. Korea has weekend family dramas that are usually ensemble casts. They're like 50 episodes long, so it goes on for 25 weeks. 2 episodes, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, for 25 weeks. And it is always the most highest rated show on TV. So unless you have the crappiest craptastic show ever made, you will have awesome ratings on this weekend show. It is an ensemble cast. But the problem is the story always goes to shit. Like, obviously, because you're doing 50 episodes, you're shooting it while it's airing. So, I don't know how much they shoot in a day. That's partially why they have the ensemble cast, I imagine, so that you can spread it out amongst all the different characters. But it's just the amount of them that have made it from beginning to end without just crapping out and being a complete shit show by the end is slim to none. Like, I don't know why I bother to try sometimes. I haven't watched one in a while, but I have watched many. And they almost always, usually, with those shows, what they do to make it a family show is they have lots of different couples and storylines going through. So that way you have at least one that you like. There's going to be one for each age group. So, somebody that you care about. So that each age group has somebody to cheer for, whatever, besides the main couple. So you'll have multi-generations in there. Multiple different parts of life. Like, you're just all... So you have somebody for everybody type thing. But the problem with that is you inevitably end up with characters that you don't care about in the show. And they always have the standard stereotypical spoiled, selfish, screeches all the time woman that you can't stand the sound of her voice. That she always exists. Always causing drama. She's literally the same villain every time. I just can't stand the sound of her voice. I don't want to watch anything with her. She just makes your blood boil. And like, that's her purpose. That is her actual character. That is correct. So she's technically doing her job. She's like, I just don't want to listen to her talk. She takes up too much screen time. They're there all the time doing the same shit over and over and over again. But yet it's still the show that always gets, no matter how shitty it is, it always gets the best ratings. I assume because everybody's at home watching this craptastic show. That's you don't have anything else to watch. I mean, we've all been there. But I would hope for something better, honestly. I did try to watch the latest one, but I only made it a couple episodes in. Because you gotta fast forward through all the crap you don't want to watch. All the characters you don't care about. And then, of course, the annoying lady that everyone hates is the mother of the female lead, so that's fun. Like, well, that means she's gonna be in it all the time, doing crazy stuff. It's just weird. Like the female lead, it might actually be over by now. So the female lead in this one, she gets married at the very beginning of the show, and her husband dies, like within a week of her getting married. So a week from getting married, he's dead. She's a widower, and he's got 3 or 4 brothers or whatever, and they're all like, well, you could just go on with your life and just leave and you're done. Like, wait, she just moved everything in with this man to merge it together, and now you're like, yeah, just go out on your own again. Like, what the shit? It's just weird. Like, I kind of understand it, but it was just, I don't know. That, and I don't remember. Oh, she met her love interest before her husband died. That's right. That's right. It's all sorts of weirdness all the time is my answer on that one. But, I don't know. Oh, look. Maybe this is why you couldn't find where it went. You don't say. Well, but I should still have this one, right? There we go. But I mean, I do like cheesy romance. I'll keep it real. I would like it. But you can only have so much. Or if you have more than that, you need to be in the mood to watch it. You need to be able to tolerate it. And the characters can only do so much. Like, you can only have a certain amount in each episode before you're like, okay, that's too much. We've gone too far. I can't take your nonsense. And in Korean TV shows, if you do have that nonsensical character that you hate, the vapid, annoying person, they usually never get their comeuppance. They generally will always just be forgiven and never punished for their crimes. I've seen characters that killed people not be punished for their crimes at the end of the show. I'm like, nah, it's all forgiven. They literally killed someone. I think she poisoned her husband to death. You know what? No, I don't remember what she did, but yeah, she definitely killed somebody. And they're like, nah, it's good. You're fine. No punishment. Like, wait, what? How is that a good show to teach kids? Like, nah, you just give up. You just don't charge them for anything. You commit a crime. It's all good. We're gonna walk it. They'll be fine. And you're like, wait, what? Like, why is this a thing? Like, what are we doing here? So weird. So weird. But yeah, I don't. Maybe it's the type of show I'm looking for. I can't find anything I like. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong. But you think with my expectations so low, I'd be able to find something. I don't know. I guess I could watch the preview of whatever's in the new show is. I'm sure it's going to be quite entertaining. I didn't say that with sarcasm. But how do I not have the green? Oh, wait, it's this one. But I don't know. As long as I care about the characters, it's fine. But alas, no such joy. That, and I don't really get, it's always interesting how the algorithm works. I was talking about something. I didn't even search it today. I was talking about it, and then I brought up the YouTube newsfeed. Scrolling through, it was one of the streamers that I hadn't watched in a while. And I thought about them, like, oh, hey, like they don't even suggest them. I haven't seen it in a long time. I wonder how well they're doing streaming. And then they just popped up. I'm like, man, I feel like I said their name out loud once and the internet heard me and automatically gave it to me. I'm like, that's just creepy. I'm going to please stop doing that. Like, why are you listening to me? If I really wanted to watch them, I would have actually searched their name. I'm going to keep it real. Like, you don't need to creepily tell me what I've been saying out loud. Like, I do not have an Alexa or something along that lines that is on in my place. So it has to be coming through my phone or my computer. One of them is listening to me. And when I say one of them, I mean both of them. They're both listening to me all the time. All your technology is listening to you. I don't care what you turn off or turn on. Even if you didn't authorize it, your technology is definitely listening to you. In the creepiest way possible. I mean, they're just tuning the algorithm to give you what you want to see. Give you the important information you need. Not really, no. None of those things is true. None of those things is true. Which I did not watch the video. I mean, I thought about it for a hot second, but I feel like I was watching something else at the time. Like I walked off, paused the video, and when I came back, or something along that lines, and it showed up. But yeah, no, I was doing something else. But it was good to see they're still going. But they're just not. The only reason I watched them is because they were a guest on one of the YouTubers I did watch. So, no offense to them. But, sorry. So mean. So mean. No joy. No joy. I didn't have a desire to watch them at time. I mean, no. Well, then. I was trying to steer clear of anything that would be triggering or annoying. Like just, and when I say triggering, I mean give an extreme negative response. Which I guess is triggering, but you know what I mean. Like I didn't want. The internet is a hotbed of terrible things right now. Not that it always isn't. It always is, but even more so now for obvious reasons. And I didn't want to deal with that. I was trying to take a day off of having to see it constantly bombarding my news feed and whatnot. Like I don't want to see it. Stop showing it to me. Stop giving me all those clickbait nonsense. It's not going to give me any information that's helpful. I don't want it. Just skip it. Just right here. And it's going to be forever and a day before this puzzle gets done. Could we even get halfway done before this thing is? Oh my gosh. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get it in one go because it was just too big. Like, it's basically, you filled your plate too full and you're like, yeah, this is never going to happen. Like, I can eat all this. No, you can't. No, you can't. Who are you lying to? Who are you lying to? No. But, yeah. I was like, sure, I can do it in one. I mean, technically I can. Had I started earlier today, I probably could have gone for a lot longer. And I probably would have tried to get it done. But we're going to do this one, and then we're going to do another one, and then we're going to see where we end up. But I'm not getting it done in this go. I'm just going to keep it real. If you've made it this far, well then, if you were anything like me, anybody that watches this video will be like me. They'll be like, we're going to fast forward and see how far they make it. Because not only do I need to, I will not be finishing, now I got to figure out where I'm going to put this dang puzzle. Because I got work tomorrow. And this is my workstation as well. Hot mess. This is why usually if I start a puzzle, I will finish it all in one go. Because I immediately rip it apart and put it back in a box. Do I care what it looks like? No. I mean, sure, I like to see it when it's done for a hot second, but I don't need to keep it together. Keep it together what? Oh, sassafras. Where does this go? Yeah, it goes right there. Yeah. Great. Man, that means this video is going to have really bad views. Because why would you watch the one that doesn't get it done? I'm just keeping it real. But, oh well. Tis what it is. I realize it's not here. Okay. I mean, technically, well, I need to check to make sure I didn't just. I was like, wait, did you shift so far to the side you're full on in front of the camera? I mean, would I be surprised? No. Have I already done it? I mean, probably. Probably. I guess I have whittled it down. That's not right. To a more manageable number. As far as pieces go. I've gone on and on. About shitty TV shows. I'm just saying. Guilty pleasures. I mean, no matter how shitty they were, I still made it through 50 episodes. So clearly I made it to the end. For the longest time, I was far too hopeful that the shows would end well. You know, the amount of shows, that have a weird premise or something, and you look at it and you're like, I want to see how we reconcile this craptastic plan. Like, how is the storyline gonna end well? Like, why would you think it was gonna end well? That's your first mistake. Your first mistake is assuming there's a chance that the show is gonna land the plane in a way that we can all like, and people survive the landing of the plane. It's unlikely to be so. It is just not. It's not gonna end well. Like, why would you think it would end well? Have you watched anything else? No, it never ends well. But I leave it hope and dream. Every once in a while, you'll get one. You'll read the synopsis, and you'll be so confused you won't even know. You're like, this can't possibly. But like, okay, sure, let's see how it plays. How do you get out of this horrible, morally bankrupt, hot mess of a situation that you're in? Well, probably not morally bankrupt. Morally questionable, like a hot mess. Like, this is a dumpster fire. How are we gonna fix this problem? Usually it never works. Every once in a while you'll get one. Watched a TV show a couple years ago. It's called Call It Love. And the premise for the show was that the female lead, her father, left her mother when she was a teenager for her mother's friend. So her mother's friend is a gold digging whore. That's literally what I call her every time I refer to her in anything. Deliberately seduced the husband and got him away from her friend. So I would assume she also became friends with her purely to get her man. She's the type of woman that flitted from man to man, took all of his money, threw him away, and got the next one. Always has a man, always wants a man with money, expects him to give her everything. Hot mess. So she seduces her best friend, I don't know if she's best friends, but her friend's husband, And then they go off and leave. So 14 years later, and all this time, he never saw his kids again. So he has 3 kids. Was she the oldest? I think she might have been the oldest kid. But he never saw his 3 kids again. He straight up just abandoned everyone and went off with this woman and lived a life with her. And then they find out that he dies. So the daughter wants vengeance because she's pissed that, he went off with this woman and abandoned his family. Like, she still has, imagine that, she has trauma issues about their father abandoning her kids. So she's fairly self-destructive. When she originally found out that her father was cheating on her mother, she saw them at like a hotel together. So because she's super self-destructive, she decides that she needs to show his father that he shouldn't be with her. So as her father is driving away from this hotel that he met up with this lady at, she runs in front of their car, and her dad hits her with his vehicle. Like, he literally runs into his daughter with his vehicle. Like, this is a hot mess, and then he still leaves and goes with this lady. So he still abandons his child after hitting her with his vehicle. He still goes off with this lady. She does leave them the house, the house that they grew up in. So they stay there. And then 14 years later, he dies. The daughter goes to the funeral to raise some hell, cause a scene. She does do so. But then the gold-digging whore is like, hey, your father left the house to me. You have to move out. I'm selling it. So the house that they grew up in, they've always lived in, is now the gold-digging whore's house. They have to move abruptly. Their mother isn't there. She lives somewhere else. So they move in at a friend's place, and she's like, I want vengeance. Because yet again, she's fairly self-destructive. The last time she went on a rampage, I think she went on other rampages in between, but that's not part of the story. They imply this is her standard operating procedure. So, I can only imagine if you're jumping in front of a vehicle, what else you've done. But she decides she wants to get vengeance against Gold Digging Whore's son. Because she thinks that Gold Digging Whore gave the money she got from selling the house to her son. Which is not true. But that's what she thinks because that's what she was told. So she decides she wants to get vengeance on the son. So she gets a job at his company, working at his company. His job is making, planning and executing conventions. That's literally what he does. He comes up with a convention idea, gets a convention hall, rents out all the booths, all that jazz. That's literally what he does for a living. So she gets a job as a temp there with the intention of destroying his company and everything else. It just is a hot mess. And she, of course, is going to fall in love with him eventually. And you're like, how is this going to work? It does. It does. Because they're 2 human beings who are flawed and broken, making terrible decisions. He does make terrible decisions too. Because she eventually realizes, hey, this is not good. But also she gets feelings for him, and he doesn't know who she is. Because even though their parents were together for 14 years, they never met each other. Because that's how this whole relationship is a hot mess. Although in that show, I've seen it more than once, I always questioned whether or not he didn't know who she was. Whether or not he'd actually figured it out beforehand. He just didn't say anything. Because that is in his character. He wouldn't say anything. He's not, because his mother is so flamboyant, because she's always, making a scene, he never wants to make a scene. He'll do anything to get out of making a scene. He'll let somebody walk all over them. He won't fight back. He'll just let them destroy him. Because he doesn't want to make a scene, because his mother always was making a scene. If she was ever there at all. Because it looked like she just basically abandoned him with some random guy whenever she was flitting from man to man. You know, he spent a lot of his time with one of her exes. I don't think he ever even met his father. I assume his father is dead. I don't know. I don't think they ever really did say. She made the comment numerous times that he was exactly like his father, but besides that, they never really addressed it specifically as far as I know. But it's two broken characters going on a train wreck together, like this is not going to end well. Like this is a hot mess all around for various reasons, but it worked. It landed because the two actors did a great job. I was very happy for the male lead, which I do not know his name, but I've seen I've seen lots of his shows. And the problem that his shows have is that he's pretty well typecast, gets the same role all the time. Like, so it doesn't give him a chance to act, you know, to have range, to show other emotions than the one he always get cast to show. So to see him have a chance to actually show whether or not he can act and actually to do a good job with it, that was kind of nice. I enjoyed that. I was quite happy for him. That he was given the chance to finally show his range and do a good job. Because you just don't. That's the only way you get to find out if the hot actor can actually do something. Because he's a model. He's a part of the model group. Because usually, if you get a Korean actor, they're not just an actor. Usually, though, they're a part of K-pop. Although I don't follow K-pop, so they can say they are. I don't know. I don't know who you are. I don't know any of your music. I don't know. But it was a good one. But usually, it's all my own fault. I'm choosing terrible shows, I guess. Choosing terrible shows to do terrible things. Well, I don't know if terrible things is the correct word for it, but terrible shows that don't end well. And that's where my problem lies. But I just haven't gone out and about. I never did finish the show I started a couple weeks ago. Although I don't know if I ever will, because I made it to like episode 4 of 11, and I was like, oh no, there's 7 more episodes. Like, great. It wasn't a bad show per se. It was Dear Haram. Yet again, I don't speak Korean. Okay, I don't know, but I just didn't get into it enough to care enough to finish the show. Also, I didn't have enough time, but I technically did get a hold of that one because it's on Netflix. But no, it was a bust. What? Am I running out of? I feel like this is up here somewhere. I want to see what this is. Is it down here? No. I'm running out of things. Like, I don't know if I'm stuck here or what's happening. But the plot was stupid. I mean, it was fine. It wasn't stupid. I tried it. Partially the reason why I haven't found anything from Asia that I wanted to see lately is because I haven't been watching trailers for them. So I haven't seen any previews to sell anything. So I don't know if there's anything out right now that I want to watch or not. I mean, there could be. I just don't know it. I don't know if I should do the line or if I should see, because now I'm getting stuck into that. I don't know where, because this stuff over here is the lines, the outlines of stuff. Originally, I was going to do that, and then crap. Is this not right? That's not right. I did it in a different order from which I desired, which now is leading into problems. There were a few problems. A few. Yeah. I don't know why I lied to myself and said I could finish this in one go. But it's fine. It's fine. It's on a movable surface. Although, when I move this, anything that I have separated out is going to go. It's all going to get messed up. Well, that, I got to remember the drawers have things in them. Oh my gosh. Man, how annoyed on a scale of 1 to 10 would I be if I jostled it and killed everything? Quite mad. Quite mad indeed. I'm just gonna roll it out. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Stuck it again. Yeah, I say if I flip it out, I'm gonna dump everything. And what do? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna organize these while I throw them up here. Why? Why would you do that? As I continue to do it. You know what? I feel like I should have. Shit. I mean, yay! Hot mess. But yeah, if you have any shows that you recommend that you think I should watch, you should put it down below in the comments. Let me know. Hang it. Put it down there below. Any recommendations on how we should do this. If I ever do a puzzle this big again, if you want to give me suggestions on how I should do this in the correct way so I don't have to split it up into 17 things, because I'd like to get halfway done before I stopped. But I also need sleep tonight at some point, so being an adult blows. Because I'm going to be doing this one, and then we're going to be doing the TIE Fighter after this, so... Unless I've got something in the wrong spot. I don't think so. Okay. Stop looking at the same piece over and over again. You'll be fine. That doesn't go here. Probably slightly amusing. I'm putting this in here, separating all these pieces out, stacking them up like this, and like you know you're running into it, right? Because some of the stuff I can't get to is underneath, and now I just buried it even more. That, and I probably should have split it out. But it'd be great if I could run across that one piece I'm missing. Although I wonder if I put it in with the TIE Fighter and the ATSDs and not in the line section. It could go either way, honestly, I don't know. But alas, no such joy. I just keep lining it up and bringing it out. But some of this stuff should close the gap. That makes no sense when I say it out loud. But it makes sense to me. Ish. Makes sense to me. Well, that's a piece that's part of this TIE Fighter. Otherwise, oh no, that's not a TIE Fighter. That's a Star Destroyer. But yeah, I could safely say I didn't organize these pieces well. I think I need to dump it out. We're not doing this again. Because I want to go down, 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 down. And I can't do that if it's all jacked up. Which doesn't make sense. But hey, this is going to go over. Although it'd be slightly amusing if I never got another one again because I made room for it. Oh, look, that's part of Vader. Because I jacked it, moved it over, that if I never got another one, I would find it fairly amusing. I mean, a little bit sad, but also fairly amusing that I did all this rigging it over because it was in the way, and then I didn't get another piece that goes there. But hopefully, if I can push it down, maybe if I can do this side, then I'll be able to do the other side, do it in the reverse of the way I did it last time, to try to whittle it down to a more manageable number, but it's a hot mess. Because I still end up with the crap in the middle. I need to absorb that in. If I remember, when I do it the next time, I will really just absorb this crap from the beginning. Will just go in to everything else. Although I could probably do that now and save myself trouble. How's that for a plan? Sounds like a great idea. I mean, it causes me problems now, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Walk it off. Walk it off. Because that way I can flip this down too. Uh-oh. I just dumped pieces on the floor. Oh gosh. It'll probably help if I just move this up. Like you're kind of stuck in it. Fine. I just don't know. Oh, no, that should be all black. I don't understand why this is such a pain in my ass. Like, there's some things, like I can understand, the TIE fighter thing, that's a problem. But I don't understand why some of the other stuff's a problem. Which that's going to be something we're not doing today, is getting to the TIE fighter. Because it's too much organizational shit. I mean, I kind of need to, but we'll see how much black darkness is left over. Like maybe I'll go to that instead. Although now looking at the thing, I have Darth Vader in the middle, which is what that is. And then the stuff on the bottom too. But I would assume the stuff on the bottom doesn't have black in it. That's why it's there. Ooh. You know what? Shit. But, yeah, this might be a problem. And that flipping TIE fighter. Well, you should be able to skip it and just go around it and get everything else except for the TIE fighters. Because that should all be here. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Probably, maybe, hopefully, is all here. But I'm glad I split it out because it was necessary to do so. And also it makes it a little bit cleaner. It's not, I mean, it's messy right now, but it'll make sense eventually. And that's the lie I'm going to tell myself until I get this done. So, all about the constantly separating out the pieces, throwing them in, doing it again, separating them out. I mean, the one perk of organizing these now is that later on when I go in, when I move on to the next section, it'll already be separated out by style. So I can just pick it up and lay it on the board, spread it out and just start laying it in. Instead of having to separate out each section and do it that way. That is an advantage. It's just super tedious. Well, that, and there's so much darkness in this thing. I wonder if I'll eventually run across that one that I'm missing. Oh. Well, this will be fun. How much of a shit show is this? My hand is full of pieces. So we're going to just be buried. I need to push this other one. Buried in pieces. And then some of the ones I keep looking at it, like, I need that one. I'm like, yeah, that's part of the TIE Fighter. We've already acknowledged we messed up. Moving on. Moving on. But I should be able to do this. Because down here is the Superstar Destroyer. But all of this should exist in the crap I currently have. It should. Maybe. Sorta. I feel like this is not right. Oh, this isn't right. Do I am missing a row? Oh, that'll be helpful. I guess the one perk about this section is that it has lines in it. Not lines in it, but some sort of pattern in it. It's not just all black. Although, generally I don't do that bad in all black. But apparently this time, because I said I was going to do well, I did absolutely horribly. So, congratulations. I'm so proud of you. No, I am not. But it's every time I estimate these things, it's always wrong. So I don't know why I do that to myself, but that's not the right size. That's a hot mess, is what that is. Hot mess. But because I separated this stuff out, it still at least has a bunch of space that I can put some of them on. So, shit. And then hopefully get the sides in. Although, the problem I'm having with those, I feel like that might be because it's black, it doesn't have stars. So it's a part of this that I'm missing, and not, it's not the TIE Fighter, it's the black. Although we're going to see if we can get as much of it as we can get in. See if we can't whittle this shit down. Because I don't really want to lay out the black because it has so much that's on the bottom that I can't get to right now. I mean, I can, but I don't want to. I'm being too persnickety. This is also a problem we're having. Nobody's surprised. Nobody knows on how I lay them out. Shit. But after this one, when I whittle it down, it's going to have to get pushed up anyway. So, because it's too far down, obviously. Just need to remember to do as I just push shit off. before I forget, let's see if we can't lay some of these things together. Yeah. Oodles are fun. Oodles. I just don't know how this Joe would be having looking at me like, I don't know if I want to play it this way. Like, I feel like this should be. This should be black. Should be black sky. I keep saying sky. It's space. It's black space. Oh. Somehow quite disappointed in myself for keep saying black sky when it's black space. And nothing. This should be all the way down to here. This should be second TIE fighters giving me nothing but problems. You know, hindsight's 2020. Separated out the second TIE fighter. Although I will be able to do, well, that's going to be awesome sauce, is this. Because I have the pieces that go there. Great. Well done, kids. Well done. And it's this piece. Why is this such a thing? Honestly. Honestly. What's up? I guess I probably should have done this back route. Or what I could have done to fix my mistake was just get some of the things that I have where I could have done the bottom row and then just placed it on other movable pieces that I could have put up top so that it was out of the way. It was done, but it was up high. That probably could have been done. I mean, I technically could still do that. And then have the TIE Fighter done. But right now, because I've already laid out all these pieces, that there's no point. That's just ridiculous. We're not doing that. But there's no point in doing it right now, but I could have done it that way to get those, because I keep running into pieces that I just don't have on the board yet. Sections that I can't do, that I don't know if I have or not. I'm slightly disappointed. It's not slightly. I'm very disappointed in myself and how I separated this. As you can clearly tell. I'm like, nah, this is just, oh. But the problem I've always had with this, if you separate it incorrectly, is that I've always been very obstinate about it. Like, hey, you've done this dance. You really don't want to organize it again. You're going to just have to, you've done this wrong. Learn from it. Don't do it again. And then keep on going. Like, I'm not going to reset it. Like, I'll be willing to, what I did with the other pieces is separate them out. Fine. But as far as going all the way and reseparating all the pieces again, or moving ones, I know. Like, I just kind of just stick with it. Like, commit to it. For better or worse. Like, I bitch about it nonstop. But I just, this is the choice you have made. It's not a great choice. But it's the choice you have made. And now, you suffer. We're going to see if we can't get these pieces. I'm going to see if I can't do the center with the crap on it. I should have moved it up a little bit. But, yet again, choices were made. And you can't move it now because everything's stuck. Not stuck, but everything's firmly planted on it. If I move it, it's all going to shift. You're going to reset everything. I don't want to reset. Not everything, but most everything. I don't want to reset it. We done committed to this nonsense. Although I say that now, and now I can't even find this. Oh, sounds bad. Oh, but we should be able to do the outside. No, nothing. Shit. I don't know why we're having problems. It's driving me up to the hole. You will persevere through the nonsense that we're currently in. Keep on keeping on. Because I should have them. They should exist. This is an actual thing. There's a reason why I separated these lines out. It's because I knew it's such a pain in my, you cannot tell. But because I wasn't patient enough to do it correctly, this is the pain I brought myself. I brought it upon myself. This nonsense. Sadly, yes, I did. But with some of these, I'm at least able to figure it out and put it together. I feel like this should be here. I feel like I saw it. Well, cross that bridge when we get to it. Because originally I thought about doing the middle, because that's what some of these solid black pieces are, just the middle. But I figured there'd be so much mix, there's so much missing, that you'd be constantly looking for things that you don't have, that it would drive me, like it would not be a good idea. Because I can't tell from the picture where one thing ends and the other one begins, to know which part's solid and which part has black in it. I mean, it's all black. It's all black, or which pieces have, a line or something in it. The outline of the machine, which I have no idea what it's called. You know what? No idea. I don't know if well, you know what? No, that's not true. I probably did at one time know what the machine is that Darth Vader goes in, that he sits inside, but I don't know for the life of me what it is now. Like, I don't know what it's called. Yet again, could I Google it? No. It's not nearly as important as finding out who Gina, Solo, Mary. I say Gina. That's my assumption. Also, yeah, another thing, you could put a comment down below. Tell me how to say her name. Am I saying it right? Is it Gina? In which case, why is it spelled that way? I mean, it is a sci-fi show. You can spell it however your heart desires. But, no, I don't get it. Nah, although, no, you don't know what to call it, Gina. China. I don't know. Okay, this piece exists. Because it's not close enough to the TIE fighter. So where did we miss it? Because the TIE fighter is right there. We're about to run into that baby girl. But not yet, kids. Not yet. Sass passenger right now. Nope. Fail. Epic fail. Red flippin' relations. Yay. Admittedly, now you're running into pieces. You're like, hey, you had those before. You're just wasting a bunch of space. You could have put that in. But like, at some point, I hit the point where, like, hey, I want to put more pieces. If I have more pieces, it increases the chances I actually have it spread out on the board to put in there. Because yet again, that is around where the TIE fighter is. So I don't know where the TIE fighter ends and the black begins. You say these here, but I don't know. No matter how big your picture is, I guess if the picture that they give you, the freebie one that comes in the box, if it was the same size as the puzzle itself, you'd be able to say, you'd be able to lay it over and see how many pieces you have. Or I guess if you had really good, I don't know, if you could eyeball that. I don't know. I don't have any depth perception, although I don't feel like that works for pictures. Like, I don't feel like that's, I feel like that's not a thing. I know my depth perception is dumpster fire, but I don't feel like that wouldn't matter for a picture, because you can't change that. That's not how that works. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. That's like, you know, when you're looking at a picture and you want to see around the corner, whatever you want to see it from, and you lean close to it, like that's gonna magically make it better. I'm like, yeah, that's not how that works. It's not like you can lean forward and look around the edge, because there is no such thing. Like that's not. We've all done it. Now, come on now, we've all done that where you look at the picture and you try to lean around it. Like that's not how pictures work. Not yet, kids. Not yet. I mean, it might actually work that way in some, but no, no, you can't look around that. Oh, I still. Did we not already look for this one? I'm failing miserably. Yes, yes, we did. Still looking for it, acting like it's gonna magically appear. Yes, yes, we are. Well, shit. I forgot about all these stupid things. Who's surprised? No one's surprised. No one at all. Let's see if we can't run across this one. Uh-oh. Here's the drawback of having your window open with the light on. Because the window with the light off, and any of the tiny microscopic bugs, they're not microscopic, the tiny itty bitty ones, they're small enough to fit through the screen. They're like, is the light on? Let's go say hi. I'm like, I don't want you to say hi. I don't know what you are, but I'm going to give it a pass. So all little tiny bugs have been showing up. Great. Just great. Wizard. See, we can't go this way. Well, how about this one? don't know. No. I don't want this one. We've already done this dance. That, and did this one turn up while I was running around looking for those other things? Nope. Which means it is with the TIE Fighter. Man, I say that like it's a curse word. It really is. That fucking TIE Fighter is the bane of my existence. It is the beginning and the end of all things. Because I'm somehow stuck on all this crap. My pieces are all messy now. Because I'm looking for. This is probably in here too. This is not a part of a TIE Fighter or any ship. There we go. I'm just gonna say, what the frillin' is wrong? That is not a thing, kids. Not a thing. I just. Well, great. How many tries did that take? Just. Yay! Huzzah! All that trouble, all that pain. I just don't know why. I don't want this one either. So did I put it with the black then? Just. Stars in that. Why is it giving me such fits? Because it doesn't have any color on it besides the sky. Stop calling it sky. The stars. I clearly we're losing on that one, so we just need to go the other way. Go the other way. See? Problem solved. Failing miserably. Well, it should be fine. I should wonder if this one, so this will run into here, but I don't know. I don't know if I have that. But yeah, this might go down as one of the worst organizations I've ever done. It's not. I should have planned it through a little bit better. But in my defense, at the time, I had a plan for how I wanted to put it together, and then I changed my mind afterwards. But once you've already separated it, where did that one go? Okay, kids, where did the piece go? Did this piece end up here somewhere? Oh no. Right here. I'm going to say, look, how did we lose it? Let's not do this to ourselves. But yeah, I keep spinning out because it's driving me nuts. It's all because, honestly, usually I don't keep it this low for this long. Usually I have it spread out. I just didn't want to lean across so much. Like I will have to in the end because of the way that there's light colored, light blue up high. That won't be done until last. So when you get to the end, you have to. But I was trying to avoid that until I absolutely had to because I just don't like to do it. Obviously. Like it's just personal choice. And because of that personal choice, it kind of ruins how fast you go. So here I am in hour 7. Just plugging away. Man. But yeah, slightly amusing that, it's not that I didn't know my number wasn't right. But it's slightly amusing that I would even entertain the idea for even a second. Because it's not like I don't know how long this takes. Although I'm still, there we go. I was going to say, where's the hat? It's right there. But yeah, so this is the dark black. There's where that lies. But I still don't understand why, even with the dark black like that, you still shouldn't have. I still have I'm only at 6.5 hours, not 7. I still have all the space with the stars in it. And I don't know how I haven't run across that yet. I don't know. I'm confused. Like, I even have the picture. It's right there. It's not that I haven't looked at it and consulted it and be like, okay, what's wrong? Like, what happened? Like, where are we at? Like, what's the problem? But it's just not, for whatever reason, this part's not going together right. It's not that it's wrong per se. It's just not. It's going in much harder than it should. And it shouldn't be. Don't do this one again for the love of Pete. Like you can't get the line to go together because that's not there. Oh, look. How about this one? Maybe that'll help me get it together. But it's fighting me hard, and I don't understand why it's being that difficult. It shouldn't be that hard to put that row together. Because that's the whole reason why I did this the way I did this. why I lined it up like that was purely because I was running into problems laying it in a row, and I was like, hey, if I put this together, it'll make things easier. And yet here I am struggling. Like that piece should exist. It's not part of the TIE fighter. There's nowhere near the TIE fighter is at, and it still won't go in. Like, what the fuck is going on? I don't understand. I don't understand. This is in here. So maybe if I reverse engineer this one, I can get it to connect back in. I guess. It's not reverse engineer. Go backwards would be the correct answer for that one. But it's quite odd. I don't. I guess sometimes when you're doing puzzles, sometimes you're just finding pieces very easily and you're just laying them in. And, you're just doing such a great job. And then sometimes you're on, sometimes you're off. So I must not be on today. Clearly I put pieces together. That's not what I'm at. But, not doing it at the proficiency for which I desire. Now, it's not that I think that I would have gotten it done as my first estimation, because I knew that was trash. Like, I knew that was delusional nonsense. But it's still fighting me pretty hard. Because usually I'm not having as much trouble with this, and I'm still, that's, even though I don't usually separate it as much as I did this time. Usually it's more mixed together, which you think that would make it harder. Because you have so many more pieces on board, that makes it much muddier. There's much more crap you got to dig through to get to it. Because usually I don't lay out the difference between the stars and the black. I just lay it all together. So you have more that you have to dig through to get to the pieces that you need. So I tried to make it easier, and yet somehow that didn't work at all. That didn't make things better at all. I don't know, man. All you can do is try, I guess. If at first you do not succeed. I mean, the thing about these puzzles, usually when I mess up like this, I'll be gung ho and I'll do it again. Like, but because this is such a big puzzle, that's generally not what we're gonna do. Like, I'm not gonna turn around and do this puzzle again next time. Although a part of me wishes, like, hey, you should start over and do it again. Like, we're not doing that either. That's ridiculous. We don't have a limited time in the day. We got the crap we gotta do. Fun stuff like work. I mean, I'm being sarcastic. That's not fun stuff. But, I got other crap I gotta do. I can't do this other puzzle again. No take backsies. Live with what you've done. Fix what you can. And then keep on keeping on. Like, move forward. You're gonna finish this one way or the other. I'm not gonna finish it today. I actually do have to go to sleep at some point today. So I would hope that I'd be able to whittle this one down and get this to where it's supposed to be. And then, because I'm going to lock this together, well, the piece I'm doing now goes right here. So I want to see if I can't connect it and get the black in it to make me feel better. I don't know what's wrong with this thing, but we got to get it together and connect in that thing. And if it's the last, I mean, I would hope that I would be able to get this whole section whittled down, because I'm going to have to move this puzzle. So I'm going to need to get these pieces to not be this many, because whatever's on here when I move it, it's going to go thump. It's not going to be, this is the one drawback. Even if you have this, it's too messy. You're not going to be able to store this in a way where you're not going to mess stuff up. That's not going to happen. That's not a realistic hope. That's not something to shoot for, honestly. It's just not. I need to line these things up. I don't know what these are for. I mean, I do. It looks vaguely familiar. But try to lock them together so they're not in my way all the time. But yeah, I don't know what we're doing. What went wrong? How this worked out? Blah blah whatever. I just. And I just keep talking myself down like it's okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Just did this one. We're gonna do it again. It has to exist. It has to. And it shouldn't be just go down. I just. Here we go. Although I guess that's true. That stuff up there is Darth Vader. I guess it's possible that I have some that's not Darth Vader mixed in. Great. I don't think so though. That one, I mean, it's not that I've done it more than the other parts of it. It's that you generally, because I've run into it so much, like that is where, you ran into problems before where you had those separated out and they just had to go to the wayside for a while because they were just in the way. Like all this nonsense is, that I recognize that. Like I remember having that problem before. I don't know. Just. Does that connect? Yes, it does. Which means how did I miss that one? Where is it? I mean, I admit this is kind of messy, but where is it? No idea. Okie dokie. Keep on keeping on. and then I find it. Like, you know how long to look for that thing? Sassafras. This might be, but it might be the other. Now I'd be tempted to, when I finally get them to connect together, to just move it up, to shift it up and put it in. Ain't that the truth of it? We will see how much I use. Before I shift it up. I think you just, in the attempt, in attempting to connect the puzzle pieces in, I set one down, picked up the other one instead, kept right on going. I'm like, that is not the right piece. It's not the right piece. That is not where that goes. What did you do wrong? Where's this supposed to be? Well done. Nope. Great. Because now we're running into this nonsense. Yet again, it should go up. Nope. Huzzah. I always tell when you get later on, the quieter I get. Oh look, this does exist. Oh, in the name of the gods. I can't. I just can't. It's not this one. Nothing but pain and suffering. Just keep on fighting. There we go. Curious to see at what point. Like, I know it comes down fairly far, but I don't think it's that far away from the top. So I don't know why I'm not running into this. What? Stupid bugs. Got him. The green ones. The light green bug. It's tiny enough that he can fly in through the screen. Great. Gotta love nature. Not really. See if we can't go up one more. Because at some point, we need to run into this. And when that happens, then we're going to have to make a decision. I feel like it's this one right here. We made it. So, what we're going to do is we're going to as I move one, I just picked it all up and put it over there. No! No, I couldn't. Look at that! Woohoo! Okay. Let's see if we can reset this thing. There's this one. There's this one. Okay. These. Yes, I'm resetting it. The OCD in me is like, yes, we're gonna reset this. I got like a couple minutes. We're gonna be fine. That, and I should be able to get some of these put into here. This one should go here somewhere. Okay. That's not the right way. Okay. No, we did that one. We couldn't find it. Like, do not try. Do not even try. We know how well that worked last time. But look how much cleaner it looks now. Everything's shifted down. It's because I should have pushed it up before I did that one. That's my bad. Like, I knew better. Well, I forgot about it, honestly. I just didn't think about it too much. I don't know. It happens. We make mistakes. We move on. Well, I dwell on it the entire time. This is the one drawback of live streaming it. Because usually there would be something to distract me. Something else going on that could distract me so that I wouldn't be paying attention to the fact that I messed up like that so much. But because I'm live streaming, I don't have that TV show or whatever to distract me, where you would just get into the grind of it and just bang it out. Like one way or the other, this will get done. It's just, it's a disappointing start. But even if it's a disappointing start, it'll still finish. It just won't finish today. Like, obviously, though, it never was. That's not a realistic goal. I'm not a speed jigsaw puzzle put together person. That's not, I wouldn't say I'm slow, but I'm not, competition level fast or anything exciting. We're just laying it out, putting it together. At least I could say it's distracting enough to not think about other things too much, while you're doing it. But, I mean, besides how annoyed I am with what I did with the puzzle, but about other things. So I guess it does work in that aspect. But yeah, if I could just find those pieces, you know what? No, there's stars on it. It should exist. It's here. Fuse. It is here. I can guarantee it. I see that. I can't guarantee shit. Ah. I'm for sure it is, though. We'll go this way. It's a distinctive piece. There we go. Sit. What's wrong with it? Next. Well, what's wrong with it is that it looks like it goes there, but it doesn't actually go there when you look at it harder than when it was before. Which makes me think I need to check these real quick to make sure it's not one of those. I'm not happy. Doesn't matter. That was this thing. Moving on to the next one. Shit. You know. Nope. One drawback about this puzzle board. So it has the plastic that goes on top, so it slides around. Which is all fine and dandy. But I don't store it flat, I store it sideways. And you know what happens when you store it sideways? That the plastic warps. So it's not flat. It's not a huge catastrophe, but it is annoying. I'm just saying. Like, I would prefer you not to be warped. But alas, no such joy. And I don't prefer that these pieces magically appear, but alas, no such joy. Like, I don't want to put the black, there's too much black. The problem is it should exist. There you go. See? Like, it's not that it's not here, because it has stars in it. It has to be here. Like, we went through this earlier. It was tedious and annoying. I know it wasn't the best original draw, but I did, in fact, go through it and pull all the stars out. So, because the stars are out, they should be here. It's not nearly as bad as expected. Shouldn't be. I just don't know why it's like pulling teeth. Like, it just does not want to go together. Sassafras. And why I say sassafras? Well, kid, no idea. No. I assume, like all other things, I got it from a movie. I always find it amusing. I'll get things from movies and I'll have no idea what they are. Like, it's been so long since I've seen it. Like, I got the phrase or whatever out of it, but I don't know what it is. No idea. Nope. That it's not distinctive enough. I mean, you could Google it, but I feel like it's not worth it. It's not really that important. But I guess it's better than swearing. but I do that too anyways. So I've clearly sworn numerous times over the course of this stream alone, unless the others. But, funnily enough, when originally I was trying to think of what to do today, I was like, you should do a quick puzzle. And this is the one I chose. This is not a quick puzzle. I wonder if maybe that's this is not. Maybe there's that makes me slightly happier. I say slightly because I'm still annoyed. Well, it's a good thing I found neither. I feel like it should be here somewhere. I just don't know. Don't know. Ridiculous. Man, to have so many pieces and to be so stuck, it's driving me bonkers. A little bit. Just a little. Especially because they should be. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible that while I was separating the pieces, I put a stack that I had found in the wrong pile, like in the wrong group. You know, put the black ones in the pile with the TIE Fighter stuff. That's technically as possible. Or I guess I completely messed it up when I separated the stars from those that without. But I tried to err on the side of caution, so who knows? Well, as always, if you made it to this part, please like, comment, subscribe. Tell me, how many times did I swear today? I'm going to say many, with a side of presumably a lot. I'm aware that you get to a certain point, especially with this one because I'm not remotely close to done, that it kind of stagnates out a little bit. So let me know how long the perfect kind of stream is. I mean, perfect's probably not the correct word. Honestly, I don't have this one either. Oh, you nailed it today. Nailed it. Now, I will not separate out the pieces between now and next time. I will literally, when I start up on this one, it will be exactly as, well, I'm obviously going to move it a little bit. I mean, the puzzle itself, I'm going to move it. So it might be a little bit shifted. So I wouldn't be surprised if before I start again, I reset this. Like, I'm not going to organize anything out or separate anything out, but I might fix it and put it back to the way it is now-ish, you know, so that I don't have to spend the beginning fixing it again. But besides that, it should be like this. And then we will just keep on going from wherever I stop. It should be fairly soon because it's 12:14. So. And the bugs are driving me nuts. And honestly, sometimes when you're just not hitting it right, when it's just not working right, sometimes the best answer is just stop. And just take a step back, go do something else, come back, finish it later. Because right now it's a hot mess. I don't go with that one. Because right now it's just not. It's quite bad. I'll look at these and see if any of these are what pieces I'm missing. Because technically it's possible. No. Although this looks like it should be here. I don't understand. How this is a thing. Like, I don't know where we went wrong. Maybe it's because I'm not patient enough and that's causing me problems. I'll take that. I'll give that. Yes. That's partially where the problem lies. I'm just not patient enough. You need to wait. It's not instantaneously done. It's going to take a little bit of doing. I'm trying to do. What the honest one is this for? The outside. I yawned. That's a good sign. It's a good sign. Even like the outside, like I don't have. That's all right. That many of the pieces. I don't know what's going on. This one's here. God, I don't remember. Oh, that's the bottom? Oh, shit. Great. Well then, kids. That's good to know, because it will just be sitting on here then next to these. Because that's where the bottom goes. For now. Although this one goes here, so that's not all outside. I just can't. I don't know what's going on. Perfect sense. Perfect sense. What the front is wrong? Yeah. Of course I don't have it. Why would I have it? Ridiculousness. Bug looking things. I mean, yay, nature. I guess it does have. That is TIE Fighter. I just happen to have it. Well, at least I could say that's because the TIE Fighter is there. I don't know what the hell is up with the rest of this rash, but that one, at the very least, makes sense. Although this one shouldn't. Good news. This is literally the one I just separated out. And so that it didn't go. Although it should go both ways. This one drives me nuts. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Because this should go all the way up here, get stuck, come over. So all these, this one's in there. But the rest of this should all be here. Well, between now and next time, I will unfortunately have a great deal of time to think about this, to figure out if there's a way, you know, what my plan of attack is the next time. Well, this needs to be right here with all this crap. Because I dare say that some of this, oh look, did that actually go together? Well, it did go together. Goes right there. See what the plan is. Think about a way to make this better. Move faster than it already is. Because something's not, although partially it's just come back in another day. And then hopefully it's just you've figured out, well, not so much figured out. Gosh, it's not the right word. It magically just becomes better. Because that's all you can really hope for, honestly. I don't know. Because I'm not gonna reorganize the pieces between now and then. That's not gonna happen. I can guarantee it. Partially because I feel like that's cheating, but also just because that's not. One can only say so many times. These pieces have to be. We're like, I don't understand. Like, see, there we go. I was right. It has to be here. I just don't know why they're not turning up like they're supposed to. Because they're stars. All that pain and suffering. Because it's not down far enough to be the fucking TIE Fighter. It is not. That, and I have so many stars. For whatever reason, I really thought, hey, you know, from the last time, what I do remember the last time I did this was a while ago. I didn't separate the stars out, and it was a real pain in the ass because you had all that extra crap. You know, you don't just have this, like, you had all that together. It takes up a great deal more space. I thought, hey, if I just separate those out, it'll make your life so much easier. And yet, here we are. Not really, no. Does this go here? Yeah. Unfortunately, no. Not so much. Is that the TIE Fighter? Or is that the, yeah, that is the TIE Fighter. It's the tip of the wing. I mean, that's what I'm going to call it. I don't know what else you want to call it. Of the TIE Fighter. Which means this should not be the TIE Fighter. It should be the building. It's not a building. It's whatever the machine is. That's the corner of the machine. The thing from which I do not have a name. I'll give myself that assignment. The next time I do this, I'll know what it's called. Do I have that piece? No, of course I don't have a piece. What are you, nuts? That's not really how the theme of the day is gone. The theme of the day is no. No, you do not have that piece. You don't have any of these pieces. Why? I don't know. Seriously? I was going to say, if that actually does, it does go in there. Oh, for goodness. Must we constantly? You know? Well, that, and I keep whittling it down in hopes that I'll be able to finish this. I guess I should just be happy that I was able to connect it together. But that, when I come back, whatever that may be, No idea. That's not even remotely close. I haven't decided which way I'm going to go. Although I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to go black next, and then go to these ships. Because there's so much black on the sides that can be done. See, this one should be here somewhere. Here-ish? Is it? Oh. Well, I got a chunk in before I got stuck again. Well, look, it's more of this crap. I find it slightly amusing. I actually did pull that out numerous times, and yet I still keep running across it. You already separated that out. And I'm still missing the pieces I need. Ain't that a joke of it? That's actually going to work. But yeah. Is this halfway? No. No, it is not. I don't think so. I don't think so. Just because it's been such a pain in my ass. I could hope they would magically just get better at some point, but why would it? But we will see. I mean, not that my puzzle streams do good anyways, but we will see if people want to watch any of it. I doubt it. If you did make it to the end, please like, comment, subscribe. Tell me how many times you fell asleep while watching my video. You know. Tell me what the perfect time of the video is. I don't know. So I can whittle it down. This drawback of these, whenever I think about doing the bigger puzzles, I obviously have bigger puzzles than this one. One of the many reasons why I don't do it is because it takes so long. Like, how do you separate it up? When it takes, it would take at least 4 or 5 streams to at least, that's if you really book it, to get it done. How would you separate those out? Like, that is so tedious at the beginning. Would you want them to be separated out in advance? Or is that considered cheating? I mean, it's considered cheating to me. Like, I guess you could have the separating out stream that nobody watches, but I don't know. It's kind of a weird. It's a weird one. It's sassafras. That's not right. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I would just lean towards not doing them at all on the stream, just because they're just so massive. And also, even if I wanted to do them, not just the time constraint, but the size. Like, you literally just wouldn't be able to see it. I mean, you'd be able to see a section of it, but I don't know how I would mount the camera to see even the part of it, because it takes up so much space. It goes over both sides of the table, so you wouldn't be able to hold, this is mounted to the table right now. I wouldn't be able to mount it to this one. So I'd have to mount it to a different one. It'd be a hot mess. That is a logistical nightmare. No. So it probably won't do any of even the 3001 is too much. Although it would be on one surface. The problem with the surfaces is it's very, very reflecty. So it would just be constantly bouncing off, which would just be so annoying. There's no way to make it that it wouldn't bounce off. Because it's a shiny surface, and I couldn't find any matte to, because even I have the trouble when I'm doing that puzzle, that because the surface is so reflecty, it hurts my eyes to spend that long doing it, because the light is bouncing off the surface you're doing it on and back into your eyes. You're basically doing it with a glare in your eyes all the time. That's not healthy. That's not a good idea. I don't recommend that. But yeah, so next time that's what we'll be doing. I'm going to cut it off at 7 hours and 30 minutes because that's where we've been giving up for the day. Yes, I am disappointed how far I got. It is what it is. I don't know. I mean, I kind of know partially. I chose the wrong order. It's all because I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to lean up over the puzzle. I didn't want to have to go over. I mean, I still will later on. But I at least wanted to spend some time that I didn't have to. Like, I was still all up in the camera numerous times today, just because I had to move around. Because when you have to look when you have to look from above at the puzzle to see whether or not the piece actually does fit or not, because you just can't tell. Which I did honestly debate if maybe that's where the problem lies. Like, the reason why I can't find puzzle pieces is not because they're not here. It's because I put something in incorrectly, but I honestly don't think that is what's wrong. Are you finding more of these flipping pieces? How badly did you separate that out? This might be the main. Look, there's another one. The main complaint I have. Like, I just keep finding more. Like, man, you really aren't separating it out well at all. But look, I'm getting the pieces to go together. Isn't that exciting? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm just banging it out badly. I mean, I guess we could say I kept on going, no matter how crappy it got, no matter how slow it was. Like, forward, oh, for fel's sakes, it's not even close, kids, not even close. I kept banging it out, for better or worse. I still feel like this should be here somewhere. Look, see, nailed it. This one, I have this one. Oh, don't you even start with me. Sassafras right there. How exciting. This one. I just don't know why I struggled so much to find those earlier. You know? Like, what's the problem? Where are we at? What's happening? Why are we struggling so hard? Like, I can understand struggling to a certain extent. That's fine. It's a big puzzle. You got a lot of pieces. Whatever. Because, even after I was able to... Oh, son of a... I feel like this should be up here somewhere. Whatever. Even after I was able to spread the pieces out, I still was having trouble with it. So that's not it. And now I'm back to struggle bus again. That's not enough. But at least we could say I did whittle it down some. And those pieces did turn up eventually. Like some of them you kept looking for. The one I put in a little while ago, there's one that looks like it. There's a place where another one that looks fairly different, like that one, is supposed to go, and I keep finding that one, and it's not right. It's driving me bonkers. But I will probably do this again later on this week at some point. I don't know when, but it may just, yeah. I don't know what we'll do because, well, that, and how do I not have these? You know? This goes here. That's not. Where's that one? Did I get it buried somewhere? Oh, who knows? But yeah, not great, but not a bad start. Camera's shaking. I wonder if the wind either bumped or me bumping the table, or if the wind is literally, or that's just my eyes. My eyes might be shaking because I've been staring at the thing too long. Well, that's a good sign. Thanks for watching. Please like, comment, subscribe. Tell me your favorite franchise world that you enjoy as I try to find my mouse. It's all over here. It's been up there all the time. It's under puzzle pieces. It's under puzzle pieces. Thanks for watching this awesome, super riveting stream. And I hope you have a great rest of your day.